Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the additional public hearing for the inquiry into budget estimates 2021-2022. Before I commence, I'd like to acknowledge the Gadigal people, who are the traditional custodians of this land. I would also like to pay respect to the elders past, present and emerging of the Eora Nation and extend that respect to other Aboriginals present. I welcome Minister Ben Franklin and accompanying officials to this hearing. Today, the committee will examine the proposed expenditure for the portfolios of Aboriginal Affairs, Arts and Regional Youth. Before we commence, I'd like to make some brief comments about the procedures for today's hearing. Today's proceedings are being broadcast live from Parliament's website, and a transcript will be placed on the committee's website once it becomes available. In accordance with the broadcasting guidelines, media representatives are reminded that they must take responsibility for what they publish about the committee's proceedings. All witnesses in budget estimates have a right to procedural fairness according to the procedural fairness resolution adopted by the House in 2018. There may be some questions that a witness could only answer if they had more time or with certain documents to hand. In these circumstances, witnesses are advised that they can take a question on notice and provide an answer within 21 days. If witnesses wish to hand up documents, they should do so through the committee staff. Minister, I remind you and the officers accompanying you that you're free to pass notes and refer directly to your advisors seated at the table behind you. Finally, could everyone please turn their mobile phones to silent for the duration of the hearing. All witnesses will be sworn prior to giving evidence. Minister Franklin, I remind you that you do not need to be sworn as you've already sworn an oath to your office as a Member of Parliament. Now, everybody else has been sworn except for 3 of you, so we'll just do it from my left over. That is Mr Ireland. Starting with Mr Ireland, if you could state your full name, position, title and swear either an oath or affirmation.
Tim Ireland, Executive Director, Closing the Gap. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Mr Hanger.
Chris Hanger, Deputy Secretary, Regional Development and Programs, Department of Regional New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And Ms Ryan.
Leah Ryan, Director of the Office for Regional Youth in the Department of Regional New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Today's hearing will be conducted from 9:30 to 12:45 with 15-minute break at 11 a.m. We are joined by the Minister in the morning, and in the afternoon we will hear from departmental witnesses from 2 to 5:15 p.m. with a 15-minute break at 3:30 p.m. During these sessions there will be questions from the opposition and crossbench members only. If required, an additional 15 minutes is allocated at the end of the morning and afternoon session for government questions. Thank you for your attendance today, and we will begin with questions from the opposition. Thank you.
Yes, good morning, Minister, and congratulations on your appointment.
Thank you, Ms Sharp, and it's wonderful to see you as always.
Well, I'm missing having you over here because normally you get me a cup of tea.
I do. I was actually going to ask my staff to do it.
I was hoping you might have brought me one.
No, don't worry.
That's okay.
First question.
Minister, I want to ask you about what's happening on Cabbage Tree Island. Sure. And, I mean, you'd be aware that there's currently no clean water or electricity there. Have you made any contact with the community since the flooding, or you or your agency been in contact with the community there?
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Ms Sharp, and I'm actually really pleased that you started with this. And you started with flooding. This is... obviously, I live on the north coast. This disaster is unprecedented and absolutely devastating for Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal people alike. I think people thought in 2017 that it was the worst it was going to be because it got almost to the level of 1974. But of course this time it's increased significantly and it's caused widespread devastation. And so I've worked both with, in order to address this, I've worked both closely with Aboriginal Affairs, with the arts and cultural organisations, but much more importantly across government, because this requires a whole of government response. It's devastating. Cabbage Tree Island obviously has been almost entirely demolished and devastated. It's caused, as you know, the total evacuation of the island, and we've helped to organise immediately residents being moved to evacuation centres at both the Ramada in Ballina and at Camp Drew in Lennox Head. I've spoken, obviously, with both the Emergency Services Minister for Flood Recovery now, Steph Cook, as well as the Premier and Deputy Premier and a range of ministers across government to ensure support for the varying accommodation programs. That's obviously the first point, was to stop people, to ensure people's lives were protected, but then now it's about accommodation.
So how many people are actually, I mean, my understanding is there's about 190
Yeah, 180
families,
to 190,
yep,
that's right.
and
people, I think, actually.
yeah,
Michelle.
and
Yep.
about half of them are children.
Yep.
And that, you know, there's already been issues where tenancies for large families have been refused. It
Yep.
seems on the basis that they were large Aboriginal families and no other reason. I know that there's concerns there. But are you able to give us a breakdown of where people are? I mean, are they just in the evacuation centres? Like, where are they actually sleeping?
So my understanding is that they're both in the evacuation centres at Camp Drew in Lennox Head and at the Ramada in Ballina. The children, I spoke to the Education Minister yesterday, are at the Southern Cross Distance Education Centre for school, and I believe that they started at school this week, which is important. The Aboriginal Affairs, my department's been working closely with the Land Council and has spoken with the CEO, Chris Binge, and Chris's work on the ground has been extraordinary. Last week, at the end of last week, Aboriginal Affairs called a joint meeting on the 11th of March between all the relevant New South Wales and Commonwealth agencies, as well as Aboriginal peak organisations such as Newswalk, New South Wales Aboriginal Land Council, and the Aboriginal Health and Medical Research Council, and they discussed the impact that the floods have had on the residents, the supports that were either in place or what needed to be
Can I
put
just
in
stop
place.
you there?
Yep.
Minister, has the Commonwealth extended the relief payments to Ballina yet?
I don't. Do you mean the extension of the so from 1,000 to 3,000?
Yep.
I don't believe so. No.
Have you made any attempts to with the Commonwealth to get that extended? It clearly is a big problem. I mean, the devastation in Cabbage Tree and Ballina is no different to that's in Lismore.
It's not just Cabbage Tree. It's Murwillumbah. It's
Yes.
Mullumbimby. It's Upper
Correct.
Maynarm.
Yep. So what have you done about it?
I've written to the Prime Minister. As has, by the way, the Premier. This is, I believe, an arbitrary and unreasonable delineation between those LGAs, and I hope that it will be reconsidered.
And what is the ongoing coordination on the ground that's occurring there?
So basically...
Obviously, this is, I mean, you know, people are saying it's going to be 2 years before they can rebuild.
Absolutely.
At least.
Indeed, because of the contamination on the island. And clearly that needs to be led by the Jarlee Local Aboriginal Land Council, and that's what Aboriginal Affairs and other departments, that's who they're working through. But the commitment I want to give today, Ms Sharp, is that we all know the importance of Aboriginal communities in terms of their connection to country, and this government will ensure that we do what we need to do to rebuild those properties so that the people who want to return to Cabbage Tree Island can return. I might ask if Mr Cootes-Trotter wants to add anything in terms of the specific support we're providing.
I might pass to Kate or Lil, actually, who's been closely involved.
Yeah, sure. So from the meeting that we've held...
Sorry,
Sorry,
Ms Gordon, you need to use the mic for Hansard. Thanks.
In terms of the meeting that we convened in terms of cross-government support, we're making sure that all of the families from Cabbage Tree Island, we have a list and they're all being mapped to understand what their particular needs will be for all of those families. From there, working very closely with Jarlee Local Aboriginal Land Council along with Newswalk as the Land Council there, and also Aboriginal Health and Medical Research in terms of the health and wellbeing aspect of that.
Yes, because my understanding is that the medical centre is completely destroyed there.
Yes.
So what's happening in terms of medical support?
So AHNMRC is the peak Aboriginal health body, so they absolutely work very closely with their members, which is the medical centres, and they're providing that additional support that's required from that perspective.
But the people are able. I mean, I know, for example, there's the mobile medics have gone up there. I mean, are they actually supporting the Aboriginal health services if they need to, or are they operating completely separately?
Well, everybody's providing as much support as they can in a coordinated way, and that's partly our job, is to make sure that that is happening from that perspective. We wanted to make sure that we had every single family member to be able to understand what were the needs separately. We're working very closely with Charlie, and I do have to pay my respects to Chris Binge as a CEO for Charlie, who's just working like no one else's business. He is amazing and very well supported from us to be able to do all of those things.
Yep. And look, I know also, I want to acknowledge the Courier Mail's done an incredible job, but I am concerned that they're advertising for donations for things like bicarb soda and vinegar and all of that sort of stuff. I mean, what direct support is the government providing? I mean, people shouldn't be having to scrabble around for donated vinegar and bicarb to clean up their house.
Lil may have something further to add, but can I just say I've met with Naomi Moran, who is obviously the GM of Courier Mail, who is fantastic, and visited the centre. They are basically operating a centre where they're taking in donations and so on. I've also offered for any support that I can provide in that sort of area, both in person and on the phone. So I haven't been given those specific requests yet. Lil might head further, but the work, I just want to say that Naomi and the Courier Mail staff are doing when their premises have also obviously been utterly inundated is extraordinary, and they are an incredibly important advocate and leader for Aboriginal people. Lil, I don't know if you want to add.
Look, I echo those thoughts definitely for the Courier Mail.
There is access to that. I mean, you know, if a request is made, we need many litres of vinegar and bicarb soda, and, you know, I mean, they're after, I mean, I've sent the list I've sent is, you know, extension cords and torches, that they're actually able to access funds to be able to go and do that. How does that happen?
Yeah, so in terms of what we will assist with, we've certainly helped with a container for them to be able to put all that stuff in, because there is so much of it from that perspective. And yes, I imagine down the track, as funds become available, we will make sure that that's available for them to be able to be part of that funding realm that will come out. As part of that also, we work with Give It. So Give It is the group that really helps, because lots of donations do come in and it's not easy to manage all of that. So we want to make sure that we're working alongside those along with Resilience. So all of that is together to make sure that our families are receiving the help that they need.
Terrific, thank you. And Minister, I mean, there's obviously other Aboriginal communities. There's the Gundarimba, Mission, Box Ridge, Wardell, and others. What assessment's been done with those communities?
Just give me one sec. In terms of the specifics on Gundarimba that you're talking about, I don't have those details in front of me, but Lil may have, and we're obviously happy to talk about each of the individual communities specifically if you like, but what we're trying to do is to coordinate whatever requests come in as quickly as they come in and identify the needs. So, for example, as a result of the community raising concerns, Aboriginal Affairs liaised with the local emergency management coordination, who tasked the ADF to do food drops to a range of Aboriginal communities at Jubulum and Tabulum, as well as Baryugal and a couple of others. So they were ones who were cut off. The floodwaters were cut off. We can. I don't have the specifics.
My understanding is that Gundarimba was cut off.
Right.
But I'm also interested in, you know, who is taking. I mean, look. There's been significant concerns about coordination. Yep. As we know, we've seen some pretty ordinary finger-pointing state-federal. Yep. These are very specific communities wanting to know, who's taking the lead in those communities, or are they, again, just kind of being moved around? Depending on what people can do. So anything that you can provide in terms of who's leading that. I mean, the coordinated response, obviously, from Cabbage Tree, you've got some role there, but the other communities as well?
So the Regional Recovery Subcommittee is establishing a range of committees to bring together organisations and agencies to support all of the communities. And so that includes health and wellbeing, community resilience and other logistics. But
Aboriginal Affairs has a clear role in that as well?
Absolutely. And we've been working with Resilience New South Wales and obviously across government to provide the advice and support that we can. We're predominantly not, obviously, Aboriginal Affairs is predominantly not a delivery agency, but we will continue to work to provide support in any way that we can.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you.
Congratulations on your appointment,
Thank you very much, Mr. Secord.
and it's lovely to see you in the Minister's chair.
Thank you. It's nice of you to say.
Minister, on February the 22nd in Parliament, in response to a question without notice from myself, you were asked about, it's not going to surprise you, flooding at Parramatta Powerhouse. And you said, when we asked about the flooding and about claims that it's a 1 in 1,000 year flood incident, and you said, and I'm quoting directly from Hansard, it is simply far-fetched and utterly unreasonable, the claims. Since we've now had 3 consecutive years of 1 in 1,000 year floods at the site, yes, we had. To assist February 2020, March 2021, and February-March this year. Now, in fact, the 1 in 1,000 figure is actually from the mouth of the Premier. Has the New South Wales government revised its plans involving the flooding plans at Parramatta Powerhouse?
So I appreciate the question, and it doesn't come as a galloping shock that this would be a question that's asked, but I want to push back immediately on the contention. We have not had 3 1 in 1,000 year floods in the last 3 years. In fact, here is a helpful pictorial reference, Mr. Secord. This is the 1 in 1,000 flood year level, which is in fact below the ground floor level. This is the level at February 2020, and this is the level at February 2022 and March 2021. The March 2021 flood and the February 2022 flood, the one that we've just been going through, was a full 4 metres below the ground floor of the powerhouse, 4 metres below. So the 1 in 1,000 year flood is in fact the March 20, the dates that we're talking about, March 2021 and February 2022, are 3.5 metres below the 1 in 1,000 year flood. So your contention is just not correct.
So the answer is that you have not revised any of the plans involving the site?
Well, it's based on a premise that we've had 3 1 in 1,000 year floods in the last 3 years, and we just haven't. The facts show that that's not the case. The March 2021 flood was 3.5 metres above the riverfront. The February 2020 flood was 4 metres, 4.5 metres above. The February 22 flood was 3.5 metres above. This is 4 metres below the ground level of the powerhouse, and it's just wrong to say that it's the same. I guess the other point that I'd just make briefly, and I understand this is an issue that continues to come up, but it is important for me to be clear. The highest flood event ever recorded in Parramatta was in 1988, and it would still peak 2 metres below the ground floor. Even on 2GB last week, Stephen Molino, who, as we all know, is a significant environmental consultant and someone who has provided...
Flood expert.
And flood expert, absolutely, and provided significant evidence to the committee, the 5.5-year-long committee, possibly 6 now, was that the flooding level from last month was minor flooding that wouldn't place the collections at risk.
Okay. Minister, through you to Ms. Havilah, with your agreement. Ms. Havilah, you wrote to all the staff on March the 22nd in a group email at 11:34, and you wished everyone well and you hoped that they'd stay dried and safe. And you go through and you talk about the Parramatta Powerhouse, and you talk about the flood information provided by ARUP. Do you stand by that report?
Yes, I do.
You do. Do you have you, in fact, read the report?
Yes, I have.
Sorry, you'll have to move the microphone closer to you.
Okay. I'm not sure exactly what report you're referring to. If you're referring to the graph that details the recent, are you referring to this graph?
I'm referring to, what's the graph? I'm referring to the report, the flood risk report and stormwater management report. But what is the graph?
Can you just cite the date, the benefit of Hansard, so that Hansard knows exactly what you're talking about?
Okay, it says Appendix J, Flood Risk and Storm Management Addendum, and September 16th, 2020. Next to the DA. Yes.
Yes, I would have read it, but not recently.
Okay. Are you familiar that it makes certain claims about the possibility of a 1 in 1,000 year flood and how it would impact on the site?
I'd have to take that on notice because I can't remember all the details of that flood report.
Well, I think you in fact probably would remember this because the report actually says that there's a 12% chance of flood reaching the museum. 12% chance.
What part of the museum?
What part of the museum?
The museum.
Well, if you're talking about the undercroft, Mr. Secord, the undercroft has been specifically designed so that water can flow through, and that's the whole point. There's no part of the collection that will be in the undercroft, and it's part of the flood management program. There'll be barriers set up so that people can't be there. It's yes, it's part of the museum, but it's part of the flood design mitigation for the museum.
Here it is here. It says here that it'll be I'll quote directly from here. It's from the chapter, Risk of Flood Inundation for the Ground Floor. It says a chance of 1 in 8, bracket 12% of a flood occurring in that period that gets within 0.3 meters of the ground floor level. 12%, a 12% chance. Since the 3 consecutive flooding incidents there, has the New South Wales government revised its flood plan for the museum?
Well, no, because as I've said, the 3...
This is your own report.
The 3 flooding events from the last 3 years didn't come anywhere near the ground floor, and all of the current projections stack up.
Ms. Havila, have you, Minister,
yes, of course.
Have you revised, reconsulted, reassessed, re-examined anything involving the flood of the Powerhouse Museum site since the 3 consecutive 20, 21 and 22 incidents?
No, we haven't.
Can I also make a couple of points, if I may, Mr. Secord? And that is that the Parramatta Council requirements are that the powerhouse needs to be above the 1 in 100 year flood level, which it is, but it's also significantly higher, obviously, than the 1 in 1,000 year flood level. It's been considered, flood risk has been a key consideration through the design development process, in line with Parramatta Council's development control plan requirements for all CBD buildings in Parramatta, and the design of the powerhouse in Parramatta responds to the New South Wales Floodplain Development Manual and relevant City of Parramatta Council requirements as to other developments in the vicinity along the Parramatta River. The point that I'd make is that the ground floor of the powerhouse is in fact above Phillip Street. It's above Phillip Street at Civic Link, and so if the ground floor is getting inundated, buildings across the Parramatta CBD are also getting inundated. So this is a major, substantial, extraordinary event.
That's time. So the crossbench.
Yeah, I'll just ask a couple of questions.
Hello, Mr. Borzak.
Good morning, Minister. Mr. Franklin.
How do you do?
Good to see you sitting up front there.
Thank you very
rather
much.
than sitting at this end, twiddling your thumbs all day.
But spending time with you, which can never be underestimated.
The Ultimo Parliament Powerhouse Museum is saved, we were told. And surely there's $500 million to be spent on that project.
Yeah.
Can you confirm that is the amount and what actually is going to be done?
Yeah, so the budget commitment is $480 to $500 million, and it's the renewal of the powerhouse represents a significant investment in New South Wales's cultural infrastructure, and it secures the future of that museum, which will provide, along with the powerhouse Parramatta, a significant boost to the cultural and tourism sectors in this state. It'll also provide a significant infrastructure stimulus in New South Wales, alongside obviously the provision of cultural and creative industry employment. So it creates the opportunity in Ultimo for a significant new build across the site, which will expand and extend the museum's exhibition capabilities. It'll increase the museum's footprint and presence within the city, and will extend the historic architecture and integrate the museum with the creative industries precinct.
Is it actually going to be a museum?
Yeah.
A museum along the lines of what it was before in terms of displaying technology?
Yeah, there'll be, and I'll throw to Ms Havilah shortly, but there'll be exhibition spaces, there'll be theatres, learning spaces, libraries and archives, creative industry, co-working and studio spaces, obviously staff, administration and amenity, but there'll also be digital studios, meeting rooms, back of house, security, workshop, retail, food and beverage. It's a significant offering and a genuine, real and substantial museum. Ms Havilah, would you like to speak to that a little more?
Yes, thank you, Minister. I think the really important thing to note is that the museum's infrastructure is over 30 years old and it is not currently world class. We unfortunately have leaks in our roof and it really does need a very significant upgrade.
With respect, Ms Havilah, leaks in the roof doesn't justify the spending of $500 million, does it really? I mean, I don't think that's an answer, is it?
You're getting the wrong roofer.
That's a component of what the renewal is.
That's just lack of repairs and maintenance in the last 11 years under this government, isn't it?
Previous minister.
The upgrade of the exhibition spaces is part of the renewal, as the Minister referred. One of the really significant abilities that we'll have in the renewed museum is to change the exhibitions and give increased access to our communities to our incredible collection of over 500,000 objects. In the last 30 years, we've only been able to show 10% of our collection, and so the expansion of gallery spaces and the ability to produce and present exhibitions that engage communities and young people with learning around science and technology and applied arts will make a significant contribution not only to industry development but to the profile of the creative industries in New South Wales.
Well, perhaps through you, Minister, is there actually a business case underpinning this expenditure of this $500 million?
Ms Havilah?
Yes, there was a business case that was developed and considered by government last year, which led to the investment decision.
And has that business case been made public?
No, it hasn't.
Can I ask you, Minister, to table it?
Perhaps we might have this discussion on Thursday as well at the...
Oh, we will have it on Thursday too, yeah.
I'm happy to take that on notice,
We could table it before Thursday.
We could, but I'll just take that on notice.
And what about a conservation plan for the site, Minister?
The Ultimo Conservation Management Plan is being updated to inform the renewal of the museum and to ensure the museum's heritage fabric is appropriately celebrated, integrated and conserved. And staff consultation on the draft of that Conservation Management Plan is complete.
With due respect, I mean, it's not really a plan if you're doing it in motion while you're actually doing the job.
We're not actually doing the job yet. We're doing the plan first. And we're consulting more widely to ensure the process is inclusive and collaborative. Now that we've finished the staff consultation, there will be an open weekend for the public held, in fact, this weekend on the 19th and 20th of March, and there's also a dedicated First Nations consultation next week on the 21st. It's being updated, Mr Borzak, to capture the history of the museum alongside the 1988 design principles for the Powerhouse Museum, informed by Lionel Glendenning.
So when do you expect to finish the plan and make it public then, the conservation plan?
Ms Havilah, when do you envisage?
Thank you, Minister. We plan to complete the plan in April this year, the end of April.
At the end of April. And will it go on public display then?
Yes, so it'll be integrated into the two-stage planning process.
And then how long are you going to be open for comment and consultation?
If I could take that on notice, and we can give you the full
We'll give you the full timeline
shortly.
All right, thank you. Just turning your mind to the Castle Hill Museum project.
Yep.
I think it'll be great because I think so many other parts of the MAAS are being ruined, so you need to put some of this stuff somewhere. But the reality is you're talking about spending $100 million out there. Can you actually tell me or tell the committee what this money is going to be spent on? What is the project?
So this will be the only the only cultural infrastructure in the Hills Shire local government area, and it will be significant. It will obviously include storage, which is what it's about, but it's also going to increase access to the collection through the creation of new spaces for visible storage, research and viewing the collection, as well as flexible spaces for education and public programs, workshops, exhibitions and events. There'll be the purpose-built spaces which will be at Castle Hill will have a storage capacity of approximately 4,000 square metres, which will be larger than the existing facilities in Ultimo, which are just over 3,000 square metres. And they'll obviously be significant benefit to the community through jobs, through both the construction operation phases as well. The project is now in the delivery phase, and community consultation has occurred and will continue. Yep.
Just interrupt you, sorry, for a second there. I've never seen a business case for what's going on out there at Castle Hill. Is there one?
Ms Haviland.
Thank you, Minister. Yes, the business case for Castle Hill was integrated into the Parramatta business case.
It's part of the Powerhouse business case.
Yes.
So in relation to Castle Hill, is that actually public also? Is that a public document, the business case?
Order for papers.
So it's actually in an SO 52. It's in an SO 52.
Yes.
Oh.
Yes?
Yes, I believe you've received it.
Okay, well, that's what Mr Harwin's confirmed. There's a large level of irony having Mr Harwin sitting on the committee here.
Large level of irony about, spending months and having debates on calls for papers and you're not actually reading
Yes,
them.
order. Thank you.
Order.
While you mentioned Mr Harwin,
I think there's a large amount of irony when you get
There's
thrown in
limited time left. Let's continue with the crossbenchers questions. Thank you, everybody, for the commentary.
But I appreciate the direction for research between now and Thursday. Thank you, Don.
We'll make sure we have a good look at it before Thursday. So
excellent.
We appreciate that, and Mr Harwin's presence on this committee is much appreciated as well.
As it will be on Thursday, no doubt.
No doubt.
Business case on the committee?
Does the exhibition space at Castle Hill duplicate what happens at Ultimo?
No, absolutely not. They're entirely different.
Well, can you explain the difference in nature?
Yeah, well, I mean, as an operational matter, I'll hand over to the Director.
Thank you, Minister. The exhibition program at Castle Hill will be more focused on along the lines of how it's been programmed in the past through open storage. So there'll be curated exhibitions that give local communities of Western Sydney and visitors access to our collection, but there'll also be elements of experiencing the new store at Castle Hill where you'll be able to see the VLOs and large parts of the collection as you move through the building. One of the really exciting things about the Castle Hill expansion is that for the first time, all of the collection will be located in one place, and our extraordinary conservators and collection team will be located with the collection. So it will be really incredible, not only from an audience perspective, but a real very significant in terms of having our professional staff located with all of the collection.
Thank you.
Rich.
Oh, thanks, Chair. Welcome, Minister. Congratulations.
Thank you.
It's it's good to see you in the spot.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Minister, you indicated in answers about the powerhouse that if the flooding level gets up to the ground floor of the powerhouse, then you're going to have substantial flooding around Phillip Street and the whole of Parramatta, correct?
Yep.
And you would know that the Molino-Stewart report, of Mr Molino, whose qualifications and expertise you endorsed quite appropriately earlier, had very real concerns about what the likely impact of that isolation of the powerhouse is in a flooding event. Are you aware of that?
I'm aware of the Molino report, yes.
Yep. And are you aware that he was particularly concerned that if two of the large drainage pipes that I think run on the western side of Powerhouse get blocked, as often happens in a flooding event from debris in the lake, then in actual fact there's a genuine risk of flooding being, I think, the 1 in 8 risk of flooding entering the ground floor in a very extreme flood. Are you aware of those concerns?
Yes, I understand those concerns.
And you know those post-date, the flooding report that you've relied upon for the powerhouse, that report being September, and the Molino-Stewart report being, I think November of 2020. You aware of that?
Look, I guess what I would say is this. We have engaged ARAP, who are extremely experienced and renowned consultants in this field, and they have focused on the strategy throughout, and that the strategy, which is will be obviously fully implemented before the Powerhouse Parramatta's open and operating, will take all of these considerations into account.
But my colleague asked you, and asked Ms Havilah, have you done a review of the flood studies? Because since those 2 reports have been delivered, we've now had 3 serious flooding events.
Well, I wouldn't characterise them as serious.
Well, tell that to the people of Parramatta, Minister. They completely inundated.
In terms of the impact on the powerhouse,
they completely
because they're so significantly below the ground floor.
Yeah, they completely inundated the construction site, and were evidence of the likelihood of the site getting marooned in a serious flooding event.
Well, they didn't completely inundate the site, and they were significantly, as I've shown you on this excellent graphic, Mr. Shoebridge, significantly below the ground floor, which is where they were here.
Point of order. The Minister keeps on referring to this graphic. Is that something the Minister will be willing to table for the committee potentially?
Of course, very happy to table.
I thought you were going to say it was a prop.
No.
Yeah, I'm more than happy to. Thank you. And indeed, also the graph that was
yes, there's also a graph
demonstrated by Ms.
Very
Havilah.
happy to do so.
Let's get the graph. Minister, once the powerhouse is isolated, it's very likely that the local grid will go down because, as you know from the Molino-Stewart report, the substations surrounding it are at Phillip Street level and are likely to be inundated, and there's a very real likelihood of the grid going down. You're aware of that?
Well, I'm advised that obviously a significant flooding event is going to lead to can lead to a loss of power, as it has in Lismore. So that's not an unreasonable statement.
You're aware as well that as the flood level happens, lower levels of powerhouse are inundated. A very real concern about moisture, even apart from flood ingress, moisture getting into the collection and damaging the collection throughout the building. You're aware of that concern?
So I don't agree with the contention about lower levels of the powerhouse because, as I've said, it's above the 1 in 1,000 year flooding line. But in terms of the moisture concern, I'm not, as I'm sure you're aware, Mr. Shoebridge, a flooding or climate expert in terms of museums.
But you do know that museum collections have to be held in carefully climate controlled.
Of course.
And you know that
the emergency power supplies will be above any possible flooding level.
Yep, and they have according to the material provided for the development application and cited by Molino-Stewart, they only have the capacity to run for 10 hours, after which the air conditioning's down, the lifts are down, and once the collection is isolated and surrounded by floodwaters, it will inevitably start being negatively impacted.
I guess,
how are you letting that happen?
I guess I would say this, that if the sort of significant and overwhelming flooding event to which you're referring happens in Parramatta, it will be a massive impact on the geographic heart of Sydney.
So why add to it by putting one of the most precious collections of our industrial heritage smack in the middle of a floodplain next to a river you know will flood? Why add to it? Why add to it?
Well, there are 2 points. To make on that. The first is we're putting the museum in the centre of Parramatta because we believe in access. We believe it's incredibly important that cultural institutions are able to be accessed by the public, and that implies there need to be very good transport links to those museums.
And there are plenty more flood-proof sites around Parramatta that the community would have rallied around. You stuck it next to the river, right in the flood zone.
The river is the heart of Parramatta, and we believe the heart of the community is the appropriate place for an extraordinary, significant cultural institution for Western Sydney to go. The second point is in terms of the collection itself, a significant amount of the collection will in fact not be stored in the museum. It will be at Castle Hill, which is not.
But you're not. Are you saying that what will be at Parramatta is expendable?
No, I'm not saying that at all. But I admire you. And
well, I'm only troubled for the collection, Minister.
I understand that.
Minister, I know that my colleague Ms Sharp was asking you questions about Cabbage Tree Island. It's only one of a series of Aboriginal communities that have been impacted. But could I take you... So first of all, what if any temporary housing is the New South Wales Government arranging for Cabbage Tree Island itself? And I know you're not the deliverer of these services, Minister, but you have an important coordination role.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, we've established, as you know, 14 recovery centres across the state to deal with, firstly, with short-term housing needs, and as well as a range of other. The recovery centres are actually incredibly important because they bring together a range of government agencies in terms of both accommodation, clean-up.
But I'm asking.
No, I get that. There will be people listening who it's important to get some information out to too. So. I encourage people to go to those recovery centres. I know that you're talking about the importance of accommodation. I'll give you some... obviously, this needs to be done in a whole-of-government way. The Cabbage Tree Island residents are currently predominantly at Camp Drew at Lennox Head and at the Ramada at Ballina, and we have provided a range of... the government's provided a range of support schemes for the community broadly, including a rental support scheme providing 16 weeks rental support, which is...
No rental spots. There's no rental houses, Minister.
No, I understand.
Feel about that.
I understand that obviously housing is a challenge, which is why obviously we are also providing a range of other options in terms of, for example, extending the temporary housing program to allow people to stay on their own land if they can, and I know that in Cabbage Tree Island they can't, through temporary pod dwelling or supplying temporary accommodation through mobile motorhomes and so forth. But in terms of the specifics of what's happening on Cabbage Tree Island, I'll pass to Lil, who might be able to give us some further information.
In terms of the provision of urgent temporary housing on Cabbage Tree Island so people can come back into their community rather than 16 weeks of the Ramada.
Thank you, Minister. And that will need to be scoped out, Mr Shoebridge. So what's happening at the moment is that in terms of Cabbage Tree Island itself, a number of elements have been happening in terms of understanding what has occurred there, what is the contamination, what is actually happening from that perspective. We're currently working with the families certainly around temporary accommodation, as you know, and then really we need to understand what's the long-term approach that we have for Cabbage Tree Island in terms of either families returning, and if that's not possible, where will that happen from that perspective? So that's currently being scoped.
Is it the intention, and I thought I heard the Minister clearly say this, the intention was to re-establish the community at Cabbage Tree Island? The discussion about relocation that Ms Gordon is putting forward seems to contradict your position, Minister.
So could I make 2 points, Mr Shoebridge? The first is, well, I'll answer your question definitively, yes, if that's what the community wants. Yes. But in terms of, you made a comment before about is it possible to have temporary accommodation, or what are we doing about establishing temporary accommodation on Cabbage Tree Island? Yep. The most important thing is making sure it's safe, and there is significant potential contamination on the site, and so we want to make. I'm very sympathetic, as you know, to connection to country, and if we can possibly do it, we will. But we need to make sure that the land is safe to live on first.
And Minister, just finally, you would acknowledge,
I'm happy to.
that in some of the most severe flooding places, Lismore's town centre as well, it's the Bundjalung community, First Nations community, that have been the most exposed because they've had because of financial circumstances, often being the community that's in the most flood-exposed housing without insurance, and they've been hit hardest. You accept that that's actually part of the challenge here and that there needs to be a specific program for First Nations housing?
So the short answer is yes. The longer answer is flood insurance is beyond the capacity for many people, both Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal alike, and many people have lost everything. I'm in no way minimising the losses to Aboriginal people. I will be focusing on that. Yes, there should be and there will be a specific program to assist Aboriginal people, but I want to make clear the devastation that's been across the community.
Okay, the opposition, and just for everyone's information, we'll split this evenly until we get to the break. So it'll be about 22, 23 minutes.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Minister Franklin, I'll return to the powerhouse paramedics for a few more questions. So now Ms. Havilah has confirmed that there's been no revision or reassessing of the flood management plans since the three major incidents of 2021. 2020, 2021, and 2022. Now, is the powerhouse management still adhering to the shelter-in-place strategy that, in fact, if floodwaters do rise too high at the museum, at the site, are they adhering to the shelter-in-place strategy?
I'll hand to Ms. Havilah.
So as part of the final stages before we occupy the museum, there'll be a whole range of operational management plans in place, and that will include, how to respond to any localised flood event.
Right. So previously, when asked, you have maintained that the shelter-in-place strategy is the approach that the museum would take at Parramatta in case of a flood. Are you telling me that is now under review?
I'd have to take that on notice.
With respect, that's not what she said. What she said was that obviously the strategy before the museum opens will be determined, and that will be part of that strategy.
Are you aware that the SES advises, as part of its official policy, that you shouldn't shelter in place?
All operational plans that we'll develop for the museum will align with, policies, localised policies. So I'm sure it will adhere to.
Are you also aware that the SES expressed concern that it's impossible to evacuate 5,000 people from the museum within 9 minutes as required?
I'd have to take that on notice. I haven't.
Yeah. Mr. Secord, look, I appreciate what you're doing, and I appreciate the concern, but the ground floor is above the 1 in 1,000 year flood line. And so I really think that a drum is being beaten here, which is, I don't believe, going to happen, and I think it is causing concern and consternation for the community when none should exist.
Ms. Havilah, how does insurance work for the Powerhouse Museum? Who pays for insurance? How is it determined? How does it occur?
Well, we pay for insurance through our operating budgets, and things like our collection have regular valuations.
So what is the value of the collection?
I'd have to take that on notice.
But you would understand that that most cultural institutions, from memory, are actually, I think, insured by the Treasury Managed Fund. Mm-hmm. And then there's reinsurance activities. Mr. Coots-Trotter, are you familiar with how, Minister to Mr. Coots-Trotter, are you familiar how insurance works for major cultural institutions?
No, I'm not. I made the mistake of looking as if I did.
Well, I actually thought you did.
My understanding is it's Insurance for New South Wales manage it through the Treasury Managed Fund, which is ultimately paid by taxpayers.
That's right, but the details of how risk is quantified and paid for, I'd have to take on notice.
Okay. So take it on notice then. Ms. Havilah, has there been any discussion or reevaluation in the area of insurance at the Parramatta Powerhouse site, taking the 3 consecutive major flooding incidents at the site?
No, because the ground floor of the museum is above a 1 in 1,000 year flood level, and each of those events, as the Minister has outlined, would not have impacted the ground floor of the museum.
So the 3 incidents that have occurred have had no impact on the insurance arrangements for the Parramatta Powerhouse site?
Yes, that's true, and well, they wouldn't have impacted the ground floor of the museum.
Thank you. Minister, I'd like to take you to the Lismore floods and the Lismore Gallery. Now, I understand that there's been some damage there. Has Create New South Wales or your colleagues investigated or provided any assistance to the Lismore Gallery?
Oh, absolutely. So we provided... So I visited the gallery within days of the flood to meet with Ashley, who, as you would be aware, is the director, and the former director, Brett Adlington. We've immediately provided conservatorial support. All items from the permanent collection have now left and have gone to predominantly Queensland in order to see what can be conserved. Brett Adlington was the former director of the gallery and is now the head of Museums and Galleries Regional New South Wales, Museums and Galleries New South Wales, and sent me a photo last Wednesday saying, I'm just forwarding an image here of the team at the gallery celebrating the end of the process, removing all affected artworks from the gallery and museum for the next stage of assessment. I just want to express my deep appreciation for your prompt support in ensuring this could happen. It was a huge job and could only have been achieved with expert assistance. So,
what was the scale of the damage to the collection? Was it, because I actually heard reports that the entire collection had been impacted upon?
Absolutely, it has. Mr. Secord, everyone assumed that that the flood level wasn't going to go above the first floor, and so everyone moved there.
You're saying the same thing about the Powerhouse.
No, I know.
You're saying the same. You're using the same argument, and we saw the tragic circumstances on the North Coast.
I appreciate that.
That we said that we're not going to have more than a 1 in 1,000.
No, I understand.
Then it occurs, and then afterwards, everyone scrambles and said, "Oh, I wish we had known."
Understand.
So I think that,
and the reason why they're different is because the highest flood ever in Parramatta was still significantly below 2 metres below the ground floor, right? So even if you did have the same unprecedented action in Lismore, it still wouldn't have reached the ground floor in terms of the comparison between the highest level. But I do think it's important to reinforce the message about the gallery, which is that you asked specifically what's happened with the collection. Yes. The short answer is we don't know. That's why we sent it immediately with conservators to a range of different areas, predominantly in Queensland, to see what can be salvaged, what can be saved. I'm hopeful that there will be a reasonable amount that can be saved, and we will do everything we can in order to support that. With regard to the museum, extraordinarily, because of the height of the ground floor, the ceiling and the ground floor, the overwhelming majority of the collection was on the first floor, and because I think it must be on a slight hill or something, it didn't actually get to the first floor in the museum, which is incredible. So most of the museum's collection was saved. But I've been working closely with Arts Northern Rivers. I've immediately authorised a small grants to be distributed through Arts Northern Rivers to affected artists and creatives, as well as a larger set of grants to go to institutions who need it in order to receive support. That's obviously only the beginning. There's much more to be done.
Now, Minister, I keep getting representations and concerns about the Parramatta Powerhouse, and there is still a belief or a hope in the community that a different site could be utilised. Now, is that decision done and dusted?
It's done and
dusted. Is it time?
It's done and dusted. And
it is going to go at that site?
Absolutely.
Despite the 3 consecutive years of flooding, that's it? It's going there no matter what?
Correct.
Thank you. Minister, back to the Lismore Gallery. Are there other cultural institutions that have been impacted upon the north coast?
Absolutely.
And what is the status of those? And if I could also take you to any impact on Western Sydney, on any galleries or cultural institutions that were impacted in Western Sydney floods?
Sure. Look, there are a range of cultural institutions that have obviously been impacted in Lismore. The Conservatorium, for example, lost all instruments that were on site at the con. Thankfully, they do have strong enough insurance that they're able to replace those, but what can't be replaced in terms of instruments are the instruments that, or what won't be replaced under that insurance, I should say, are the instruments that were lost from individuals, particularly children. And so the Conservatorium is launching immediately a drive in order to have people be able to donate to support instruments be returned to those children. Can I also acknowledge both the Sydney Symphony Orchestra and the Opera House and the support that they've given for this process and helping with those instruments. NORPA, as you would be aware, is probably, I would contend, one of the best regional performing arts organisations in the country. It was devastated in its ground floor. It was torn apart. And I've met and spoken with Julian Louis, who is obviously an incredibly impressive creative leader in his own right. We're talking about what needs to happen in terms of the long-term viability of the Lismore City Hall and that institution. Thankfully, the water there only got up to a couple of centimetres onto the first floor into the theatre, and that meant that a range of the technical equipment, almost the entirety, I should say, of the technical equipment was saved. We are hopeful that the theatre will actually be able to be operational within 2 or 3 months, and we're looking at potentially holding a number of concerts and events there, which is really the heart of that community, to send the message that things are starting to happen again. You would have seen those extraordinary photos from the library, where, 2 stories high worth of books being thrown out the windows, which were waterlogged. But I again acknowledge the support of John Vallance, the State Librarian, who has offered his assistance in providing support for replacements and so on. But Mr. Secord, it's a story across the region. You go to Mullumbimby and you see Spaghetti Circus, which is the circus arts organisation training young people across the entire region. Of course, it's not just about the circus, it's about bringing young people together and supporting them. And Alice Cadwell there does an incredible job with hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of local kids who, she told me on the phone a few days ago that when she had, I think it was an 11-year-old turn up 3-4 days in a row and stay there for hours and hours and hours every day just because she said that was, one of the most meaningful things that she'd ever done in her life because she wanted to be a part of it. There is so much destruction and so much difficulty here, but to see the teams of volunteers turning up at the gallery or the con or the museum or NORPA or the Spaghetti Circus or so many other institutions gives you hope that the community will rally and will come together and that they'll rebuild. But I just don't want to understate the extreme challenge of the rebuild that's going to have to happen.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, since you've become Minister, have you investigated or familiarised yourself with the number of staff departures that have occurred at the powerhouse?
No, I'm not aware of that, I'm afraid.
Through you to Ms. Havila.
Yes, of course.
Ms. Havila, how many staff have departed the powerhouse since you've become CEO?
I couldn't give you the I'd have to take the exact numbers on notice, but I can tell you that it's 3% of our staff over 3 years, which is normal staff turnover is around 10%, so it's a lot less than that.
Good news. Are you familiar with the, so now most of those departures have been at the director level, is that correct? Director of Collections, Director of Public Engagement, CFO, Director of the Parramatta Project. So yes, it may be 3%, but it's in fact at the senior levels of the organization.
Yes, we have had changes at the senior level, but it's my job to make sure that we have the best talent to deliver the renewal project, which is, you know, a really exciting project, and you know, it's my job to make sure I have the right team to collaborate with to deliver that project.
So is it when you say that you want to have the best people in those positions? Did those individuals leave themselves, or did you encourage them to leave?
I would have to. It's a combination of changes of requirement in terms of the delivery of the project, changes, you know, some people have moved on to other roles, so it would be a combination of those things that I'd be happy to detail each one.
Okay. Now, when you, if you could take that on notes, thank you. Now, when you use the figures 3% of the organization, however, that 3% is actually disproportionate in the director level. So how many, so would that be, in fact, a complete cleaning out or replacement of the senior levels of your organization?
No, no.
Okay, so how does that 3% translate into the directorships? Is that half of the directors? Is it all of the directors? Is it just one or two?
I think Mr. Secord, Ms. Havilah,
you know where I'm trying to go with this here?
Yeah, we understand, but I guess I would jump in and say that Ms. Havilah's already made clear that she's happy to detail the specifics of these questions and take them on notice, and I would have thought that's the logical thing to do.
Now, Minister, since you've taken over the reins, so to speak, have things at the Sydney Symphony Orchestra settled down? Back to
give me one.
regular programming. Maybe you'd like to come as a witness, Don.
Your next inquiry, isn't it?
So I assume that you're talking about
the departure of
the temporary relocation to the Sydney Town Hall to allow for the completion of the upgrade of the concert hall, which I'm delighted to note is due for completion this year. And I just want to acknowledge the extraordinary leadership of Louise Heron in this space.
You can tell me a bit about
Point
that.
of order, Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Hone.
Actually an independent arts what he's actually asking about, and whether he's actually asking about something.
Which is why I assumed, Mr. Harwin, that we were talking about the upgrade of the concert hall, which is within the portfolio responsibilities.
Reasonable answer.
Well, I think it's also reasonable.
Walt Secord then indicated that was not what he was seeking at all.
Well, just in relation to
the honourable member should be clear about what he's asking.
Indeed, and in relation to the point of order, let's hear the question and the Minister can answer it as he sees fit.
I think it's appropriate that I ask questions about the leadership of the organisation, considering that it receives substantial taxpayer contributions. That the management...
Not the question you asked, Walt.
But I've ruled on this, so you can continue with the question and the Minister can answer as he chooses. We're done with this. Mr. Secord, you can ask the question.
Well, I want to know, have you investigated the concerns earlier involving the senior leadership of the Sydney Symphony Orchestra, considering there were substantial taxpayer contributions to the organisation? Thank you, Mr. Harvard.
I understand the question. Thank you. Look, as my predecessor and friend and an extraordinary minister, Don Harwin, said, the Sydney Symphony Orchestra is obviously an independent organisation, and any of those matters, Mr. Secord, including staffing and internal issues, are a matter for the organisation's board.
Now, you all would also be aware that there was a matter relating to the Sydney Symphony Orchestra and the allocation during the construction delays at the Sydney Opera House. Have you brought yourself up to speed in regard to that?
I'm aware of what you're talking about, yep.
Yep. And if Ms. Herron could add anything to your answer.
Keep going and I'll come back up.
Sorry, what's the question?
Well, the question is, have you brought yourself up to speed on what's happened and what's happened with the $5 million allocation and the delays involving the Sydney Opera?
Sure. Well, I guess I'd make a few comments here. The government reserved two $5 million payments as financial support to the orchestra for financial impacts, as you say, due to the closure of the concert hall in 2021 and 2022. And the funding was to compensate the SSO for losses, financial losses, associated with that temporary relocation. Now, that funding was subject to a number of conditions, including as to the number of weeks per annum that the SSO would occupy the concert hall when the SSO returned to the concert hall in the Opera House. So, in July 2020, the government provided the first $5 million to the orchestra as payment, and then the orchestra subsequently sought an additional support of a second $5 million payment from the government. Create New South Wales then consulted with PwC to assess the financial position of the orchestra, and data provided by the orchestra on the 30th of April last year showed that its net profit for 2020 was $7.9 million, while its forecast of net assets and cash balance at the 31st of December last year was $8.8 million and $14.9 million respectively. The forecast provided by the orchestra in August of last year showed that net assets and cash balance had further strengthened by the end of the year, and that their net assets and cash balance forecast at the end of the year had improved by $1.2 and $2.2 million respectively. So those improvements in the financial position of the orchestra were a result of a number of factors, including the fact that the orchestra discontinued performances during a substantial period of the pandemic, obviously, because as you would know and be aware, Mr. Secord, because of your long and deep experience in the arts and genuine love for it, when performing arts companies don't perform, it's common that their financial position actually does improve, since obviously they don't incur the cost of performance. So, based on these improvements in the financial position, the government decided not to provide the additional $5 million to the orchestra, thinking that that money could be better spent in other places that needed it more. We have a duty in providing financial support to organisations in the community to assist those who need it most. And in this case, based on the financial assessment and the advice that we received, we didn't believe that the extra payment, the second payment of $5 million was required. I don't know if Ms. Herron wants to add anything further.
Mr. Secord, I think I need to swear that I'm going to tell the truth too.
You will have done it at a previous estimate, so you're okay.
Previous estimates, okay, good. I will.
You always do, Ms. Herron, you always do.
So,
we'll continue with the observation.
Mr. Secord, I just wanted to just correct one part of your question, which was that you said that that the funding related to delays to the concert hall, and that is not correct. The answer that the Minister has given is correct, and there has not been any question of funding as a result of the COVID-related 5-month delay to the reopening of the concert hall.
Keep going, because we've got extra time. If you want to keep going.
Okay.
I mean, I can go, but
we could jump to the government if you want.
I can ask with digital.
Mr. Fowler?
No, I've got one.
I thought the bell rang telling me it was over. So.
No.
But then you've got...
Oh, okay.
Well,
okay. I get
No, we've got lots of time.
Oh,
okay.
I got a folder.
Minister, thank you. I just want to go back to the flooding issue and just try to get a bit more specific information. I mean, you gave us some general information in the last round of questioning. I mean, for example, the 120 motorhomes that are going north, I mean, how are they going to be allocated and,
Yeah.
As Cabbage Tree, for example, I mean, are they going to get any of them? I mean, I do accept that this is a very big problem, but we get a lot of announcements about the 120 motorhomes. Who's going to get them and who's eligible for them, and how do people, if they really need one, get one?
Yeah, understand. Look, I obviously don't know the specifics of the details of the motorhome allocation since it's not in my portfolio. I am happy to take that on notice, Ms Sharp, unless Lil has anything further, Ms Gordon, to add. But I do have some further information which I've been provided about support, which I'd like to give you if that's okay.
Yep.
So Aboriginal Affairs New South Wales are represented on the State Recovery Committee, and there are multiple subcommittees that are coordinating and working through all response and recovery efforts, including short and longer term housing, health and wellbeing, donations, funding, agriculture and so forth. The state recovery effort works in lockstep with regional and local recovery committees. These are pathways for communities to get help with whatever urgent needs they have, including the resupply of materials and so forth. Now, the Housing Strategy Task Force, through Brett Whitworth, is meeting today, that is, in fact, today, the 15th, on the short, medium-term housing options. And this includes discussions with the local Aboriginal Land Council, which is looking at a site near Wardell for a demountable village for temporary accommodation. And similar solutions are being looked at for other communities. That's the information, the most up-to-date information I have to hand at the moment.
That's very helpful, thank you. Is there an assessment being done on insurance coverage of the houses that have been lost?
I'll pass to Mr Cootes-Trotter on this.
Yes, there is.
We have a sense of how many are uncovered?
All houses lost in the area.
Yep.
Look, the expectation is that there, of course, is the old, very nuanced debate about the difference between flood damage and rain damage, riverine and precipitation, but the expectation is 5 or 10% coverage. But it's not been confirmed. But that's
5 or 10% coverage. Is that for all of the houses that have been assessed? Sorry, which houses are we talking about?
We're talking about housing generally. Yeah.
Okay.
So very low levels of coverage against this event.
Yeah. Very slow, very low.
Which is going to be an ongoing issue, obviously, and going to get worse.
Correct. Minister, there's been a lot of numbers flying at the door about, how much money is being provided and for what. Where are we at in terms of funds allocated for rebuilding from the state? Is there any?
Look, the Secretary might want to correct me, but I don't know that we've even started that process yet, because we have to have a full assessment of what's actually needed and required. The critical urgent at the moment is to get people into safe short-term and medium-term accommodation.
Yep.
And we'll need to have a full and holistic look at all communities to work out what needs to happen, and that may require some challenging conversations, but Mr Cootes-Trotter might want to add.
In summary, Ms Sharp, more than $1.1 billion is currently committed. Some of that is committed to rebuild in relation to small businesses, primary producers, not-for-profit organisations.
I'm just talking specifically about housing. I understand. A large chunk of that will be the 16 weeks, which is very needed, but obviously not a...
No, but within that as well, of course, are some of the clean-up, the state and Commonwealth governments cover the clean-up costs for homes. Now, that doesn't encompass major refurbishments or rebuild, and as the Minister said, there's work underway through the coordinated recovery mechanism to identify what's needed and put further options to government.
Yeah, I can jump in.
I can keep going.
No, go ahead.
All right, I'll keep going.
Just point to me and I'll jump in.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. Thank you. Minister, I wanted to ask you actually about regional youth.
Oh, sorry. Sure.
Change folders.
Indeed. Yes.
What do you see your role in relation to urban young people?
That is not a question I was expecting, Ms Sharp, in all of our practice sessions. Look, my fundamental focus has to be on regional young people, because that's obviously the the job. And when you look at a range of different statistics, you see that there is a significant difference between young people in the regions and young people who live in the cities. For example, early school leavers are
right, but I'm asking. So really, you see that there's no I mean, you know, this is not your choice. That there is. I mean, there is no youth minister. There is only a regional youth minister. So you see your remit as being regional youth only.
Yes, but obviously the functions in terms of the youth agencies, the broader youth agencies, fall under the Minister for Community Services, the Honourable Natasha McLaren-Jones, and so she deals with those issues in terms of urban youth per se. But the point that I wasn't trying to filibuster. The point that I was trying to make before is there is a ministry for regional youth because of the significant difference in everything from health issues to educational outcomes to employment opportunities between urban and regional youth, a deleterious comparison. And so that means that we need to focus on regional youth in order to close that gap as well as the other gaps that we're trying to close across my portfolio.
Thanks. You've recently re-announced the money for New South Wales Children and Young People Wellbeing Recovery Initiative.
Yep.
$10.3 million, is that correct?
Yep.
Now, that was originally announced in September last year, but the funding round has just opened now, is that correct?
So the funding round has opened. That is correct. The initiative includes, it opened on the 9th of February and will stay open until the 31st of December this year or until funds are fully expended. And it'll leverage the work of the regional youth community coordinators and will partner with a range of other organisations like councils, joint organisations, government agencies, not-for-profits, Aboriginal land councils and so on, to fund projects that improve the wellbeing and health of young people. Happy to go into this in detail if you'd like me to.
I mean, I've got the criteria. I'm just trying to understand some of the breakdowns.
Sure. So basically, the eligible projects could include community events or social activities, sport and recreational programs with a focus on improving mental health and wellbeing, training, cultural and connection programs, particularly obviously for Aboriginal people, digital resources and so forth.
Yep.
They're particularly now,
obviously
after what we've experienced on the North Coast, but also in other regions, the Central Coast and so forth through the flood, this is actually the perfect time. In terms of to have this sort of program, in terms of the announcement, I don't know, I'll throw to Julia.
No, that's okay. I just want to ask.
Well, I assume the answer is that it was announced that we were going to do it in September, and then when it actually opened, that's when I announced that it was...
Well, you re-announced it, that's okay.
Well, I announced that it was open and encouraged people to apply.
You re-announced it, yeah, but that's fine.
Well, you want to shine a light on it.
People need to know that you I mean, look, given the grants record of this government, I'm quite happy that it's even been announced, so that's quite good. So congratulations, Minister.
Thank you.
On that, some transparency, that's excellent. I'm wanting to understand though, so the grants, so there's three streams of grants, am I correct? There's large grants, $10,000 to $50,000 for regional New South Wales. There's smaller grants for $10,000, and then there's larger grants for flood and impacted regions. Is that correct?
No, my understanding is that there are two streams of grants. There are smaller grants up to $10,000 and larger grants from $10,000 to $50,000. But I might throw to Ms. Ryan just to give you some details on the...
The reason why I'm asking is because some of these are actually metropolitan LGAs. Hence the questions about your role as regional youth.
Understood. That's really understood.
Yep. So just in terms of the large grants, which are for storm and flood affected areas, the funding we received for that was through the 2021 Storm and Flood Recovery funding package. So we have made eligible any storm and flood LGAs, any storm and flood affected LGAs, and some of those were in fact in Greater Metro Sydney. So we are definitely open and encouraging those councils to apply for the wellbeing funds in the storm allocation of the funding.
Yep. And what proportion of the funding of the 10.3 million is it?
That is for Metro or that is for storm and flood?
Well, for both.
The 3.6 million was allocated for flood and storm.
Over 2 years?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, but that's for all of New South Wales that's flood affected. I'm just trying to get a breakdown of how much is going to go to Metro and how much is going to regional and in the first instance.
I should jump in and just say the grants are still open, but what we'll do is we'll take it on notice with feedback on grants that have been approved to date.
Right. So
yeah, I mean, there's not an allocation for Metro and for regional. I presume that the assessments come in as the applications come in, and then each application is assessed.
Government, opposition, crossbench, is that more the categories?
No, of course not.
There is a cap, a maximum amount for each LGA, but there's no minimum amount.
But we can get you more information on that, Ms. Sharp. It's a very valid question, and it's an important.
I'll have more questions.
It's an important question.
Thank you, Mr. Shearidge.
Thanks, Chair. Minister, in your portfolio capacity as Minister for Aboriginal Affairs, there's only really two acts, the Aboriginal Lands Rights Act and the Aboriginal Languages Act. Could I ask you, in the last 12 months, and maybe you've got the figures for calendar year 2021, how many Aboriginal land claims were made, were successfully concluded in those 12 months?
Right. So I don't know that I have the numbers for the last 12 months, but I can tell you, as at the 28th of February this year, how many have been granted, refused, and are incomplete.
Okay. That's in total over the history.
In total over the history. Is that helpful, or would you like me to drill down to?
Well, why don't we start there?
All right. And I might ask if we can get that specific information, if we're able to, for the year, the calendar year, which I don't think I have in front of me. So there have been 54,045 land claims made. 3,609 have been granted. 10,079 have been refused.
Yep. And
39,435 are incomplete and undetermined at this point.
Yep. Can anybody? I mean, there's only these two acts in the department.
But you've been asking about a range of things that are not anything to do with the act. So I don't think it's fair to say these are the only things I need to know about.
I'm not saying that, Minister. I'm not pointing to you because these are detailed figures. That you probably should know in the broad, but I'm not going to expect you to have them in the back of your head. But somebody here at the table should be able to tell me how many land claims were finalised last year. Somebody.
It's actually not his portfolio.
Yeah, I mean, obviously.
Nobody should know.
Yeah, okay.
Aboriginal Lands Rights Act 1983.
Yes, but you know that Aboriginal land claims are determined jointly by the Minister for Planning and the Minister for Lands and Water, and not by me. But nonetheless, we are endeavouring to get that information for you. So, Mr. Shubich, we'll take that on notice and we'll try and get that information for this afternoon.
Minister, 3,000 in its entirety of its operation since 1983, which is the better part of 40 years, 3,600 claims have been determined, but there are more than 10 times that outstanding. Last time I did the numbers, it was going to take roughly 400 years to actually resolve outstanding land claims. Do you have any idea of how long it will take to resolve those 39,000 odd land claims?
I want to make it clear right now that we are on the same page on this. It is absolutely unacceptable that this number of land claims are outstanding, and that I'll be doing, even though, as I've made clear, I don't have legislative responsibility, I am an important stakeholder in this, and I obviously, in terms of the Act, in terms of the responsibility for the registrar and so forth, I have an important role. So I accept absolutely the premise of your question. In terms of what we're doing to try and speed this up, I would point to 4 key things that I've already tried to give significant focus to. You'll obviously accept that I've only been in the role for less than 3 months.
And I'm not blaming you for the 39,000, maybe just for the 435 that have come in the last 3 months.
So the first point is that we've established a task force to improve the operational processes involved with making and determining land claims. And Aboriginal Affairs New South Wales and Crown Lands recently met with for the benefit of Hansard, I'll say Newswalk, but that is the New South Wales Aboriginal Land Council, but for future, if they're okay with that. And the Registrar, Nicole, who's here, and you can ask specific questions to if you'd like to, of the Aboriginal Land Rights Act, to establish this task force to improve the operational processes associated with making and determining land claims. So the point of that is to make sure that there's no clunkiness in the system or administrative procedures that are holding things up, and to try and smooth that. The registrar can talk further to that if you'd like to hear that. The second point is we need to obviously assess claims more quickly. Crown Lands needs to work through the individual land claims as quickly as possible, and I'm advised that they have allocated additional resources to the assessment of claims in order to speed up the assessment process. They've also worked on cleaning up the or sharpening, I should say, the claims assessment process itself. The third point is that we need to prioritise the land claims, the Aboriginal land claims that local land councils want prioritised. And to that end, Crown Lands, I'm advised, is working closely with Aboriginal land councils to prioritise claims in order to expedite the process and to particularly enable bulk claims to be determined, including obviously in situations where multiple claims have been placed over lands. Now, that I should also say is part of that figure of 39,000. There will be multiple claims over the same portion of land, which will inflate that figure. I'm not saying that's justified, I'm just adding that in for context. And obviously, when you're determining bulk claims, potentially that can be done through Aboriginal land agreements. And fourthly and finally, we're providing Aboriginal land councils more access to information on land claims in their area, which is critically important. So I understand, this is actually, I'm trying to be meaningful here. Crown Land data will be available in a Stage 2 release of ePlanning's local Aboriginal Land Council portal imminently, and the data will be updated weekly and will include Aboriginal land claims extent and status, Crown parcels, roads, waterways, reserves and tenures. LAUCs will only be able to view claims in their area. So the portal will also include information on biodiversity, hazards, planning instruments and public places.
So Minister, if I was to go back to the stakeholders that have contacted me and asked for these questions and said, you've got yourself a task force, there's some kind of ambiguous additional resources in Crown Lands, they're talking about prioritisation
and bulk claims.
The direct question that I would get back is, well, what's that going to mean in terms of the numbers that are going to be processed? What's that actually going to mean on the ground? They don't want to hear about a task force.
Yeah, I know.
They don't want to hear about, nice words from the minister.
Yep.
They want to know how many more land claims will be processed next year.
Yeah, and you're right.
That's what I'm asking you.
David, you're right. You're right. And
In fact, sorry. If I was to tell them about a task force, they would probably bang their head on the table, as would I.
So I've got, and we'll see what happens. I might be joining you. But I have to do what I can do. And clearly, Aboriginal land claims have been increasing each year. The number of outstanding land claims, is my understanding, and we'll have those figures later.
So assume that I'm going to ask later this afternoon for the numbers going back 5 years on all of those figures. So,
and we're not trying to hide those or anything.
I mean, so, as I said, I'm not blaming you for where we are. But 12 months from now, people will be blaming you for where we've got to if the numbers haven't reversed and there isn't a genuine resourcing. So to accept at the end of the day,
indeed,
it's an historic failure of successive governments to resource land claim determinations, and it begins and ends in part with a massive surge of resources to determine the claims.
So I don't think it begins and ends with resources. I did make clear in the point that I made that Crown Lands will be has added additional resources. But I agree with the fundamental tenet of your premise of your question, and part of, and I understand, and I note as well that the Crown Lands Commissioner has also recommended significant and increased resourcing. And so I understand that resourcing is a significant point and is certainly a priority of mine. If you're comfortable, I might ask if the registrar has anything further to add on this. Nicole?
We'll probably come back to it this afternoon.
I understand that.
If anything specific.
I'm conscious I haven't been sworn as yet.
You have a previous estimates.
So this is the third round of
So
this hearing just never ends.
Cool. So I just
Like the Powerhouse Committee.
Just never ends. Don't worry. Don't worry.
It lasts for a while.
Don't worry, Registrar.
Thank you. That's right.
It's not like a booster.
It's not like a booster.
Yeah.
In terms of the figures that you asked for earlier, I can confirm that in terms of the total number of land claims, it has increased by 1,107 this year. There has also been an increase in the number of land claims granted by the Crown Lands Minister. That's increased by 261. There's also been an increase in the number of claims refused by the Crown Lands Minister of 161 claims.
So despite all of those changes, Registrar, as I understand it, the backlog increased by about 700 additional claims. The backlog increased by 1,107 claims. So there would have been something in the order of 1,500 additional claims made last year. Is that right? So 1,500 made, 400 determined or so. Yeah, the maths are just really, that must keep you awake at night, Registrar. Does it? Yeah.
Okay. It keeps both of us awake at night, to be honest.
That was a yes for the Hansard, and also that's time. So it's now the morning tea break, and we will resume at 11:15.
All right.
Welcome back, everybody. We'll continue our questions with the opposition.
Okay. Madam Chair, with your indulgence, but in consultation with Mr. Shoebridge and Mr. Borzak, I'll probably ask a couple of questions to the Art Gallery of New South Wales, maybe one to the Opera House, and if they don't mind, they could be discharged in the afternoon session, because I understand they have board papers and things to deal with. Yeah. So, but with the concurrence of Mr. Borzak and Mr. Shoebridge.
Can I thank you for that, Mr. Segal? Yeah. That's very generous.
Okay, thank you. It's not a deal yet, but
no, that's it.
Yeah. On that matter, maybe you could update us on the Sydney Modern and what's happening with it, targets, signposts, deadlines, dates, and financials. So.
And I will ask Mr. Brown to come, but I'll give some initial information. So, obviously, everyone's aware of the $344 million transformation of the art gallery known as the Sydney Modern. I had the privilege of touring the Sydney Modern with both the director and the chair just last week, in fact, and it involves the construction of a new state-of-the-art building north of the existing gallery building, as you would know, revitalising the existing building and having extensive outdoor landscaping work. I'm incredibly excited about the project because it will inject, the estimates are $1 billion into the New South Wales economy over 25 years, including the creation of 242 full-time jobs. It'll double the exhibition space to show more of the state art collection, and it'll enable New South Wales to host more exhibitions from Australia and around the world, and it will grow visitation to the Art Gallery of New South Wales to more than 2 million people per year. The construction commenced in 2019 and it remains on track to be completed late this year. And I'll throw to Mr. Brand for specifics, but I did want to make two particular points. The first is the importance and the success of the Dine and Discover vouchers, which has enabled the community to access the gallery to see the exhibitions, world-class exhibitions, art gallery memberships, meals and so forth, and over 50,000 vouchers were redeemed, and I think that's really important in terms of COVID recovery. The second is in terms of the Sydney Modern itself. One of the things I'm most excited about with not only my role as Minister for the Arts but also Minister for Aboriginal Affairs is when you walk in, the first gallery that you will see, this massive space, will be an Aboriginal gallery, a gallery for Indigenous art. And it is so important that that is front and centre for the experience for both locals and visitors alike. And I'm glad it's been given the prominence that it deserves. But Mr. Brand, you might like to add some extra details.
Thank you very much, Minister. And also, I've testified here before, so I've taken an oath before. I think you've covered the essential parts of it very, very clearly. Perhaps I could just add, as I think you're all aware, it's a public-private partnership with $244 million from the State of New South Wales and a target of $100 million raised privately, a target which we have met. And as the Minister said, we are aiming for practical completion in the middle of this year of construction and then open to the public by the end of the year.
Look, I just want to take you up on one thing. By doubling the exhibition space, does that have a practical spin-off in the sense of being able to host exhibitions from overseas? And how does that work?
Yes, so the existing building is about 22,000 square metres of floor space. The new building will have about 17,000 square metres and about, again, I can give you the exact figures later on, but say around 8,000 or 9,000 square metres of display space. Across both buildings, we show the collection in certain galleries, and we also have spaces in both buildings for temporary exhibitions. So you're correct. This will allow us to show more of the state collection of art, which is very important, but also the quality of the temporary exhibition spaces in the new building are significantly increased. So the space where we've just completed our Matisse exhibition, which finished on Sunday night, it is about 900 square metres. In the new building, the temporary exhibition space is about 1,300 square metres, so almost 50% bigger. The ceiling height goes from 3.6 metres in existing building to 5.5 metres in the new building. This will allow us to do more ambitious exhibitions and also more ambitious installations or design of exhibitions.
Can I just make, sorry, would you mind if I made just two other quick points about the Sydney Modern, which I think are incredibly important and exciting? The first is there are going to be much more significantly enhanced digital capacity and capabilities within the new art museum, and this is incredibly important, obviously, for engaging and having access to regional areas, and that online outreach is a critical focus, and I'm thrilled that it's being implemented. The second is that the building is going to be the first 6-star Green Star design rated art museum in Australia, and it will set a new national and international benchmark, and obviously with my former hat as Parliamentary Secretary for Energy it's something that I'm very passionate about as well.
Minister, now Mr. Brand actually mentioned, or maybe you did, that construction would begin, finish, and hopefully open the doors at the end of the year.
Yep.
Okay, so which brings me to your earlier comments where you said it's the Powerhouse Museum, Parramatta, done and dusted at that site. Now, we know that former Premier Mike Baird announced the project in 2014, which is like almost 8 years ago now.
Sorry, back to the Powerhouse?
Yeah, back to the Powerhouse.
Yep.
So when will physical construction, taking to the point that it's now 8 years later, when will construction begin on the Powerhouse Parramatta?
2 months ago.
Pardon?
In January. It started in January.
No. So when will the completion date, when will it be?
Completion date. Good question. I might throw to Ms. No, actually, probably Ms. Pittman would be a more appropriate person, or Ms. Havler, but I would suspect Ms. Pittman to, in terms of, so Ms. Pittman, as you would be aware, headed Create Infrastructure and is now the interim head of both Create New South Wales and Create Infrastructure brought together under one body, and so she is intimately familiar with all of the timelines and so forth. So in terms of a current completion date, I'll throw to Ms. Pittman.
Thank you. So Lendlease was appointed as the main builder in September of last year. They're responsible for the detailed design and construction of Powerhouse Parramatta. Lendlease is, as you know, a well-established Australian-based company, and they have taken possession of the site in January and commenced their work. They will progress their work, their construction work, through the next year and a bit, and our target for completion of the project is by the end of 2024.
Okay, so construction began in January 2020. What actually began?
2022.
2022.
I'm sorry, that was a genuine mistake. Construction began January 2022. What actually began?
So Lendlease has been doing some of their site establishment works and preparing the site, getting everything settled, and has been doing their tendering, et cetera, internally, and has been progressing the design at the same time.
Because they need to start with obviously bulk excavation and earthworks before they then start, putting pillars and bricks in the ground.
So the recent flooding incident, did that impact on the construction work that began in January 2022?
In the recent flooding incident?
The recent incident.
Yeah. Lend-Lease, I believe, did request their staff to stay out of the area, but I would have to take the details of the impact of that.
Can I add a couple of points to that? So it has limited the site activities, but design, development and procurement activities are continuing to meet the forecast construction activities, and the forecast program includes allowances for inclement weather. And like all major infrastructure projects, the contractor has made allowances for the effects of wet weather within its delivery program, and the program still remains on track for delivery by the end, completion by the end of 2024.
I think you're probably seeing where I'm going with this.
Yep.
So has the flooding of the site been factored into the construction timeline?
Inclement weather has been factored in, as it is in all major projects, and it continues to be on track to be delivered on time.
But the unique flooding aspects that occur at the Parramatta River, has that been factored into?
So I can only repeat what I've said, which is that the contractor has taken into account the likely and potential weather outcomes, and I'm advised that the recent flooding, in fact the significant weather events have not impacted the timeline at all.
Sorry, Ms. Pittman.
I can say every project is its own individual project, and the program for the project is developed based on the individual characteristics of that project, be it the design, the site, etc. So the program for Lend-Lease has been considered and has been considered in relation to the site in question that they're constructing on.
So they have factored flooding of the site into the construction timetable.
They've factored the full site conditions into their planning for construction.
So if you don't know the answer, if you could take it on notice or provide it in the afternoon session, we'd like to know how much of a buffer have they allocated in the construction site for flooding, and what is the current completion date for Parramatta Powerhouse?
End of 2024.
End of 2024. Minister, just want to take you to the, you'd be familiar some time ago in October when the ICAC heard evidence that the Riverina Conservatorium of Music $20 million Stage 2 upgrade would not go ahead. So, and I was delighted to see that in yesterday's clippings that you've been announcing something called Music in the Regions.
Yep.
So has that $20 million that was corruptly allocated to the Riverina Conservatorium of Music been reallocated to other projects?
Well, I mean, the
whole premise of the question, but sorry.
Yeah.
He started to answer the question.
No, I was going to say exactly that. That obviously the $20 million didn't come from Create New South Wales. It's not part of Create New South Wales. It's not part of my portfolio. But you talk about music in the regions, and I do want to pick up on that because that was a brainchild of the former Minister, Diane Harwin, and it was an extraordinary program that I launched in Goulburn with the former Minister there just a couple of weeks ago, which is going to allow classical music to be taken to some of the smallest centres around regional New South Wales and give them the access that I've been talking about that's so critically important for particularly young people. And we had the delightful experience of seeing a young 11-year-old child play a beautiful piano piece at the Goulburn Con, and that, to me, exemplified more than anything else why it's the Music in the Regions program, led formally by the former Minister and chaired by the inimitable Nasima Sparks, is going to be such a success.
Thank you. Minister, I want to take you to a question I asked earlier about the Powerhouse Museum and about the value of the collection. So during the break, I actually checked the Powerhouse Museum's annual report, and the value of the collection is $329 million. Sorry, $329 million, the value of the collection. Can you bring me up to speed on the digitalization of that of the collection?
I will have to hand over to Ms. Havilar to talk about that, if that's okay.
Yeah, the figure of 329 million is from the 2020-21 annual report, your annual report.
Mm-hmm. And so you'd like me to...
Well, I want to know about the digitalization and I guess the value of the collection, that kind of stuff.
So as part of the renewal of the powerhouse, we are undertaking a really exciting project to digitise 338,000 objects from our collection. And our team's been undertaking that project for the last couple of years. And so we have digitisation studios set up in Ultimo, and also we're now doing digitisation works in Castle Hill. We've been focused to date on 3D objects, and we've digitised around 65,000 3D objects, and we're now just moving more into the phase of 2D digitisation. And so we're planning to wrap up that project at the end of this year, and we'll have, for the first time, 338,000 additional objects available to the public and to the community, which is really, I think, a very exciting and important part of the renewal project.
Now, of the, I think there's more than 500,000 objects in the collection, and you're planning to digitally capture 338,000. So,
may I just, prior to that, there was already 120,000 digitised.
Yeah. So, how much of the collection will be at Castle Hill?
The collection will be 100% at Castle Hill if it's not being presented at Powerhouse Parramatta or the Powerhouse Museum in Ultimo, or we also have exhibitions at Sydney Observatory, and we also have an ongoing program where we loan collection objects to regional galleries or to national state institutions, which is part of our responsibility in terms of providing broad access to the collection.
So has there been a revision of what is going to be at Parramatta Powerhouse? There was a proposal at one point kicked around for a farmer's market there. What happened to that proposal? That was one of the options that was...
I can, as outlined previously, so the plan in terms of exhibitions for Parramatta is, of course, our collection will be central to those exhibitions, and we will tell a whole range of stories through creating exhibitions that are relevant to the communities of Western Sydney. Alongside that, we'll have a very dynamic program which will include learning programs, digital programs. We, as you know, have the Academy, which is 60-bed accommodation where we'll bring young people from across Western Sydney and regional New South Wales into the museum and provide them these incredible immersive STEM education programs where they'll have direct access to industry leaders across STEM, which is a really important component of the learning program. And then, of course, we'll have broader programs, whether it's connecting audiences with agriculture and agricultural science. And so we also have the Vitoko Family Kitchen, which is a 200-seat production kitchen where we'll do education programs, a whole range of science education programs, which will be connected into the productive rooftop garden. So we really take very seriously our responsibility to engage broadly across the community, but have a very dynamic, changing program that supports repeat visitation.
But how much exhibition space will actually be?
18,000 square metres.
18,000. So there'll be accommodation for school kids visiting. I understand there were proposals for plans for, I guess, artistic studios
residencies.
Or residencies.
Yeah.
Is that still going ahead?
Yeah, that's a really, I think, exciting part of Powerhouse Parramatta, where we have 30 residential apartments that the museum will manage, where we'll bring scientists, researchers, artists to the museum to collaborate with us, but also really create an ecology where young people can have, that are in the academy or part of our learning programs, can have direct access to research that's being undertaken in the museum.
And have you finalised the programs, the very first program that, I guess the very first exhibition that will occur at Parramatta Powerhouse?
So we're in the process now of developing our opening exhibition, or conceiving and developing our opening exhibition programs. And so they're under development, and they will be under development over the next 3 years, leading up to the launch of the museum at the end of 2024.
Showcasing the...
I'm ready to go. Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Hazell.
Thank you. Minister, I just want to go back to the New South Wales Children and Young People Wellbeing Recovery Grants. Yep. And I'm just trying to understand. So there's $10.3 million, and that's jointly funded by the Commonwealth. How much of that is Commonwealth money?
Good question. Julia, if you could...
Yeah, so in the $3.6 million that was allocated as storm and flood funding for 2021, 50% of that is contributed by the Commonwealth.
Right, so that's 1.8 million of the 10.3 is Commonwealth
Is
money.
that 1.8 of the 10.3 or 1.8 of the 3.6, or both?
Both.
Right.
Yeah. No, that's great. Okay, thank you. And so just to be clear, there's $1.5 million for the small grants, which is up to $1,000. Is that right?
Up to $10,000.
Sorry, up to $10,000. My apologies.
That's correct. Yep.
And can you tell us how much funding has been put out through that so far?
So for the small grants, we have just approved the first four small grants, but the contracting is underway at the moment, so the funds haven't been received. I can...
Are you able to tell us where they've gone?
Yes. Would you like me to list them,
Is
please?
that $40,000 of 1.8 million?
No. That's a separate block bucket. It's out of 1.5 million. So it's $40,000. Is that right?
It's 1.5 million is available for small grants.
Yep.
And it only opened last month, and it goes till the end of the year. So, but nonetheless, yes, go through the four grants if that's okay, Ms. Ryan.
Yep. So read out the recipients.
Yes, please.
Unless there's a reason not to.
Well, I assume you haven't done the press release because we haven't got it, so that's probably why
embargoed
there's
with
some
the deed of
hesitancy.
release.
Anyway, I'm just keen. I mean, I'd like to know where they're going.
The grants are under contracting at the moment, so probably preemptory to list them, but we would be able to make that available in a short.
Can you give us an idea of the location? I don't necessarily need the specifics.
We've got one in the Liverpool Plains, Kyogle, Bellingen, Bega, Northern Tablelands and Wallsend.
Well, that's 6, and you said there were 4.
Oh, sorry, 3, 7. There are 7. There were 2 in, one in Eurobodalla and one in Bega. Did I say that?
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I just need to check. Is it actually crossbench time?
Yeah.
No, sorry. David, you go.
But I was going to...
I'll come back. It's all right. That's all right. I'll come back. Mr. Shoebridge.
How is it that you determine the grants until the closure of the grant round?
So it's...
Is this is there a merit assessment, or how are you determining the grants? Unless you've got all of them in front of you.
No. In terms of that, in terms of the assessment, I'll throw to Ms. Ryan. But in terms of the time frame, it's until the 31st of December or until the funds are expended. So that's.
But do you understand the question, Minister? Normally, if you open a grants round, you open a grants round. It's open for a period of time. You receive in the arts space 7 times as many grant applications as there is money, and then you work it out on a merit-based assessment to determine...
Well, that is one way to do it. Another way to do it is the way that I just described, which is that you open it and then you assess grants as they come in on a merit-based process, and then once the dollars are done, the dollars are done. But I'll throw to Ms Ryan or Mr Hanger, who might like to go into detail about that assessment, because obviously that's done at the department.
But if you don't know what grants are due to come, how do you know that you're prioritising the money where it should go? But anyhow, you can explain this, Mr Hanger or Ms Ryan.
There are public guidelines that outline how this program is administered, that called out very clearly, given that this is a wellbeing program and the desire is to get funds into those communities to help regional young people or flood-impacted metro young people. If you assess the applications as they come through, and you're very clear that applications, when they come through, will be assessed against the program criteria, recommendation to the minister, and that assessment process occurs monthly, applicants are able to move quickly to bring forward their projects.
So you're doing it on a monthly tranche basis?
On an ongoing basis, yes.
Is it a monthly tranche? You look at the applications in a month, you assess them, and then you forward the recommendations to the minister?
Yeah, assuming so, again, to remember, this program opened on the 9th of February this year. So it takes time for community groups to put applications together, and we want to give them that time, but we also don't want to hold them up unnecessarily, given particularly some of these flood-impacted communities are now dealing with the floods that we have.
Mr Hanger.
Mr Hanger, can you just move the microphone? Sorry, in front of... Thank you.
Apologies.
No, I understand the process, and there is a place for that kind of process when you're dealing with urgent grants like this. Minister, you're the ultimate decision maker on these grants, is that right?
Yes.
Yep. Have you read the Auditor General's review into how the grants, the cultural funding grants program worked last time?
Yep.
You know that the Auditor General made a series of critical recommendations. Have you implemented those recommendations for this grants round?
So I guess I'd make a few points. The work that the Public Accountability did was important, and I am absolutely committed to the integrity, efficacy and value for money for all New South Wales grants, including those which are administered under agencies that fall within my portfolio areas. I would expect that all agencies have the highest appropriate standards of integrity when it comes to those grant processes. I haven't spoken specifically to the Office of Regional Youth about this program with regard to the Auditor General's findings, but my integrity is paramount to me, and I would always ensure that those processes are done with openness and transparency.
We make systems not for angels, but for ordinary human beings. Minister, you accept
I appreciate the implied compliment.
Yes. I'm just reflecting back at you what I heard. So there are two recommendations that I'll take you to from the Auditor General, which the Auditor General should be part of all grants programs in New South Wales. First is including minimum mandatory administration and documentation standards, including for interactions between ministers, ministerial staff and public servants. Are those arrangements in place for this grants program? Minimum mandatory administration and documentary standards, including for interactions between ministers, ministerial staff and public servants?
Well, I would hope so. I'll ask Ms Ryan if she comments, but if she can comment further. But of course, I would hope so.
Well, you would hope so, but the reason the Auditor General put this in was because it did not exist at the time the Auditor General completed her report in February of this year.
Ms Ryan, do you have any comments to make about that?
We have had probity advice on the process, and we have been part of the Auditor General's review, and our departmental systems for grants administration follow the Auditor General's advice.
Sorry, so does the probity review say that the recommendations of the Auditor-General, as recently as February this year, that they have been incorporated into this grants program?
I would have to look at our probity advisor's advice specifically to that point, but
when did you
had
obtain
recent
Sorry, Ms.
probity advice, even in the last few weeks to ensure.
Did you ask for that advice to include a review of the recommendations of the Auditor-General?
I would have to.
We'll take that specifically on notice, but it is fair to say that programs designed clearly take into account the good practice guide, they take into account audit reports in regards to how these programs.
You see, I'm not interested in generic statements. I'm going to take you to another very specific recommendation of the Auditor-General. And given her caustic findings about how previous grants rounds have happened, I would have thought, Minister, it would be at front and centre of your work here.
Yeah, and I'm
sure that in this grants program, you know, it's just $1.5 million of public money, that those recommendations have been implemented. And to be honest, I'm not satisfied from the answers that they have been.
Understood. So I guess I'd say two things. The first is that the Office of Regional Youth has made clear that they'll take the specifics on notice. It's clear from Ms Ryan's answer that, and Mr Hanger's answer that they have considered and the Auditor-General's report. And I understand...
Must have heard different answers to me.
Well, no.
Because I heard there was a probity report, and I know the previous round of funding that was deeply criticised by the Auditor-General also had a probity report. So the probity report is not comfort, given what the Auditor-General found, Minister.
Understood, and that they will take the specifics of the question on notice and they'll provide that information to you. The second point I would make is that I'm very conscious in terms of setting up appropriate structures within my office to ensure that those sorts of structures referred to are in place.
So are there arrangements in place for you and your staff to ensure that if there's any communication about this round of grants funding or any future round of grants funding, that those interactions are actually being documented, Minister? Is that being captured in your office?
Absolutely.
How?
Well, we would... the way that I fundamentally deal with grants in the less than 3 months that I've been there is that I'll receive a briefing from the department and a suggested allocation, a recommendation from the experts within the department or from often an appropriate oversight body, and then I will approve that, and then it will go back. If there are, and I can't think of off the top of my head where that hasn't happened, but I might be wrong, but if there is any discussion to what you say, I've instructed that must be any of those discussions that do not adhere to those recommendations must be immediately put in writing.
What about discussions between your office and the department if, for example, somebody has approached you and said, we've put a grant in, we want to know, it's a great grant, we want you to get behind it, or any variation you can imagine of those kinds of conversations from somebody who has a grant in, what arrangements are there to ensure probity in any communications that come from your office and officers doing the crafting the recommendations?
Yeah, obviously, if there's a request for information, i.e. when are these likely to be announced or whatever, then that's one thing entirely. But in terms of, and that wouldn't fit the requirements that you're asking, but fulfil those requirements. But if someone was to ring the department to ask about a specific grant, I would expect that would be noted and documented, absolutely.
All right. Minister, have you got in place specific requirements that require, and again it's another recommendation of the Auditor-General, any ministerial override of recommendations to be documented with transparent consideration of probity and conflict of interest? Is that part of the grant scheme?
Well, that is my expectation. I don't think that recommendation is an unreasonable recommendation.
Minister, is it part of the guidelines? Is it in the documentation that the department has about how this grant scheme will be administered?
Well, in terms of those specifics, they've taken that question on notice.
Minister, well, no, not this question. No. They haven't taken this question on notice.
That's fine. Well, I would ask them to do that.
Because surely they're bumping things up to you. They need to understand what's going to happen.
Well, I just wanted to add...
You look like you know.
I've misled the committee before now. So, but look, in fairness, the Auditor General's recommendation, of course, is directed at the Department of Premier and Cabinet, recommending that we develop a model for grant administration that is used for all grant programs administered in New South Wales that contain those features. And as you would know, there is a review of grants underway at the moment, supported by DPC, involving Peter Actistrad as the Productivity Commissioner. And one of the products of that review will be addressing the recommendations from the Auditor General's report. So the agencies do need some guidance about how to put this into practice.
There was a Premier's memorandum previously that everyone ignored.
Well, I won't quibble with that, but your point is a valid one in the sense that there was a Premier's memorandum and it needs to be updated with the results of the grant review that's currently underway.
Or even made enforceable. Made it mandatory and enforceable.
That's one of a number of recommendations that have been made by committees or integrity agencies.
We are, Mr. Cootstrotter, we are effectively 12 months away from the next state election.
Yep.
You would accept that there is widespread community concern about how grants have been administered to date by the state government, and it's been evidenced. There are very real shortcomings evidenced, not least in the Auditor General's reports. Do you accept that?
Well, the government has commissioned a review of grants supported by DPC to substantially improve things in light of a series of reports and recommendations.
Yeah, and also I note the recommendations from the Public Accountability Committee.
Yes.
But are you telling me that none of the recommendations in the Auditor General's report, there's no separate process to try and implement them within agencies under your control until such time as you get a report back from Peter Actistrad?
No, but some things are clear and binary. So
well, this one requiring any ministerial override of recommendations to be documented.
So, for example, in the West Invest program, that's a feature of the guidelines and the operation of the grants program.
So
that's very clear.
So why not of this one?
But you're referring to minimum mandatory administration and documentation standards. Now, that does require some precision and guidance for agencies. There is work to do on that, and it will come out of the grants review.
But in the meantime, there could be a requirement that any interactions between the Minister's office and officers working on crafting recommendations to the Minister should be recorded. Well, I mean that doesn't seem to me it would take doesn't take a PhD to say you should record those interactions. Let's start doing it now, and we'll see if we can improve on it after Mr. Actistrad comes with his report.
I don't disagree, but I'm just making the point that there is some guidance that can and should be provided to agencies about how to give effect to that, and my colleagues have taken on notice how the grants program you're questioning responds to that and a bunch of other recommendations.
Minister, in the absence of specific direction from the Department of Premier and Cabinet, will you review the guidelines for this particular project in order to ensure those elements are mandatory?
So I guess the short answer is yes. The longer answer is I had already made clear that it's my expectation that if I overrode departmental recommendations that I would do that, so that
Sorry, can I just stop you there, Minister, on this? Sorry, Mr Shibbers, do you mind if I've got a direct question about this. Minister, you seem to... I'm looking at the assessment and approval process for this grants program. You seem to have a misunderstanding about your ability to override this. It actually says that you're not the signer-offerer, the consent in relation to this. And it suggests that it's the
problem has been,
and it suggests that it's the regional
ranging over a range of grants.
Well, no, we were talking specifically about this.
Not true. He hasn't. He's been going to one.
Have you got a point of order, or are you just going to interrupt?
We just one at a time. If there is a point of order, but I'm just so Bishop, you can continue.
Well, just for the clarity, I was asking about this grants program.
Yes,
that Ms.
correct.
Sharp started
Correct.
on.
Which is why I'm very.
So can I just
pricked up my interest in relation to this?
Programs which are quite different.
For clarity, I might just say something. The first is I'm advised that the Minister endorses the recommendation.
So does that mean that means that you can change it?
Well, I wouldn't do that.
No, but that's not what I'm asking.
No,
but theoretically, you could change it. So these 7 grants that we just heard about before will come up for you for signature.
Yeah.
If I could just clarify,
Yeah,
there
please,
is a
Ms.
difference between the small grants application and assessment process and the large grants application and assessment. So the small grants are less than $10,000 and have the ability to be signed off within the department and provided to the Minister for information. The larger grants will come to the Minister for endorsement and approval.
Sorry, so for these $10,000 grants, is documentation being put to the Minister for the endorsement of these $10,000 grants?
You mean below 10,000 or above 10,000?
Up to 10,000. The 7 that you described, Ms. Ryan, are they going to go up in it to the Minister for endorsement?
For information, those are approved at the departmental level, less than $10,000. The financial delegation allows that.
All right. It allows for it, and that's the process that's in place. Is that right?
Yes.
Does it allow for the Minister to change that, though, even though it's for information?
My understanding is that the Minister could not change those, but if in the event the Minister requested that, we would seek legal advice.
I also wouldn't, by the way. I wouldn't.
Well, say that now, Minister. You're very new.
I wouldn't. I mean,
But Minister, if you are...
Sorry, David, this is actually a really important point.
No, this is why I'm going to ask you a question, and then you can respond to the question.
Okay.
If you are the decision maker,
yep,
you have an obligation to test the recommendation and see whether or not you agree with it or disagree with it. You actually have that obligation.
Yes.
So there may be circumstances where you would disagree with it because it's actually your job to test the recommendation.
Which is why the $10,000 to $50,000 grants are constructed in that way.
Yeah. So when you say you wouldn't refuse a recommendation...
No, I wouldn't refuse a recommendation for lower than $10,000.
All right. But I don't say, and I don't think the Auditor-General says, and I don't think Ms Sharp says, that if you're the decision maker and you have a recommendation in front of you, that you're just a cipher and you just have to approve it.
No,
you have to exercise your role as a minister to determine whether or not you approve it or not.
Of course, and that's why, as I've already agreed with you, if I do... my view, even noting Mr Cootes-Trotter's comments, which are appropriate, and of course there is a broader inquiry into this matter, my view is that if I do disagree with recommendations that come up from a department or a working group or an oversight committee, then I, as we've already discussed, should detail my concerns in writing and about why I'm changing that determination. And so I agree with you. Of course, the Westminster system requires that the Minister must have the final... I'm just not quite sure where we're going. Anyway,
where we're going is pretty simple.
Yeah.
The Auditor-General's made a bunch of recommendations, two of which seem pretty simple to implement.
And I've agreed with both.
But it seems... And I don't in any way challenge your bona fides. I don't sit here and say you want to go off on a frolic of your own to do X, Y and Z. What I'm putting to you is it's not at all clear what the arrangements are in place. It's not at all clear what's in the guidelines. It's not at all clear how your decision-making fits into this model. And there's been confusion about it today. And I think you have an obligation to sort it out before the program rolls out any further.
Sure. So I would say 3 things. The first is that I've given you as clear and definitive an indication in terms of the 2 recommendations that you've raised about what my position is on the public record. I don't know that it could have been any clearer than that. Second, in terms of the way it's constructed within the department, that question's been taken on notice in terms of responding to the specific issues that you've raised, which will be provided to you. And the third is obviously there needs to be some sort of level of umbrella oversight across all of government responding to the issues that have been raised, which is exactly what Mr Cootes-Trotter discussed, and that will be something, of course, I'll adhere to along with the rest of the government.
And with my colleague's indulgence, a final question in this regard. One of the disturbing features of many grants that were handed down by the coalition government in the last few years has been when the announcement is made to the grant recipient, they are also given a confidentiality agreement that they have to sign, that they can't tell anyone about it until such time as the government is ready to send a backbencher or a minister down into the community to announce it in public. Is that at all a feature of these grants rounds, that kind of confidentiality obligation? I hear the Honourable Don Harwin says it's standard operating practice.
Well, let's hear from the Minister.
Is that part of this?
Okay, let's hear from the Minister.
I look to the Director who says it's not.
Yeah, so as Mr Hanger mentioned, this is a very early part in our grants process where our panel will be meeting later this week to assess the first grants, large grants. Once recommendations are made to the Minister, we will, I guess, offer the opportunity for the Minister to write to the recipients and let them know of the outcome. So that will be how they'll be informed.
I also don't think, for what it's worth, that it's unreasonable for the government to announce grants from the government.
You don't think it's unreasonable to put confidentiality requirements and deeds on the recipients of grants?
To respect an embargo.
You don't think it's one thing to
all the time.
It's one thing to request an embargo. It's another thing to give a successful grant recipient a deed of release with express legal silencing obligations on it.
I understand your point, and I would just say again that if it's a government grant, I don't think it's unreasonable that it's announced by a member of the government.
Okay, so we're now in opposition time, and I'll just explain to get us to the end of this session, we'll split the time evenly, so it'll be about 22 minutes between the opposition and then crossbench.
Minister, would you be familiar with the Creative Kids program?
I would. Yeah. But give me 1 second and I'll get to that page. Yes. Yes.
Yep. Can you bring me up to date on Creative Kids, and then I'll ask you some other questions.
Sorry. Oh, you.
Oh no. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Maybe I whispered there. I just wanted you to bring me up to speed on what's happened with Creative Kids, because I think there have been some changes made to the program.
And it's important too, because this is obviously in response to the Active Kids vouchers, which was to encourage young people to be involved in physical activity and sports. And there was a cohort of us, me included, who suggested there's perhaps a coterie of young people who are missing out because perhaps they're not as focused on sporting achievements and sporting participation and may get their extracurricular involvement in other ways. So Creative Kids then was developed, which is a 4-year initiative to encourage school-aged children and young people to participate in creative and cultural activities. And what that means is that parents, guardians and carers can claim a $100 voucher each year to put towards the cost of lessons and fees with registered providers.
Okay, so what was the take-up? What was the response to that?
Since the program was launched in January 2019, parents have downloaded 2 million vouchers and providers have redeemed 1.49 million vouchers as at a week ago, the 9th of March. This equates to over $149 million in savings for families in New South Wales, and obviously in support for the arts, creative and cultural sectors.
That $149 million, does that include sporting endeavours too, or is that
no, this is just for Creative Kids.
Purely.
Yeah.
Now, there were changes made on or around March the 1st.
Yep.
Is that correct?
Yep.
What were those changes?
So basically, in response to I'll go back a step. Okay. In response to the COVID-19 restrictions across New South Wales, the program was expanded in 2020 to better support distance and digital learning activities when kids couldn't participate in classes face-to-face. And this included delivering programs online and also sending physical materials and equipment to families for activities which could be completed at home in lockdowns and so forth. So with the continued easing of the COVID-19 restrictions across the state, and with children returning to school and face-to-face interactions with other children then permitted, the Creative Kids Provider Guidelines were amended, as you rightly point out, on the 1st of March. Yep. And the following changes have been implemented then, which are that all programs that include the supply of creative materials or art kits are ineligible under the updated Creative Kids program.
Okay, that's where I want to stop, Minister. That's where I wanted to get to. So I've had representations from the sector concerning why were arts craft kits excluded? What was the rationale behind that? And when were people in that sector notified that there would be?
Because it's all about getting kids being involved face-to-face with creative industries. It's about having an artist or a musician or a drama teacher interacting and teaching, involving kids in the creative pursuits. It's not about providing, a packet of crayons from China. This is not a business support package, Mr. Secord. It's a cost of living package to help families support children to be involved in arts and culture. And the only reason that those changes were made was through the COVID lockdown process. But we needed to ensure the whole point of the program is to get young people back involved in creative industries again. And frankly, after the 2 years that arts providers have had, whether it's musicians or songwriters or drama teachers or artists, they're the ones who research has shown have been hit. One of the hardest industries have been hit. And so it's them that we want to support as well. Not businesses that are making millions of dollars potentially out of sending art packs, which had a place during COVID where it was this sort of we wanted kids to do stuff at home, but it's not about that. In the same way, it's not about buying a hula hoop for the Active Kids program. It's about getting them to go to soccer lessons.
But I want to take you back to that. So you're telling me that arts and craft kits were removed on my understanding that the sector was notified on February the 28th that these changes would come in on March the 1st. And there was widespread disruption, no understanding, and it was absolutely perplexed that art supplies would not come under the Creative Kids program. Can you understand that why there was confusion and absolute bewilderment that art supplies and these kind of would not be included as part of the
I can understand that, but I don't make an apology for that because that's not what the program was about. The program is about supporting young people in having cultural experiences. And frankly, if a business is going to determine its entire structure based on what we know are fluid rules throughout the COVID times, then frankly, that's on them. There have been changes all the time through COVID to public health orders, to a range of rules and requirements, and that's as it should be because this government is positive and focused and lithe and fast on the ground in responding to outcomes and situations as they change. And that's exactly what we've done here, and I don't make any apologies for it because the money is now going where it needs to go, which is to get kids in front of musicians, in front of singing teachers, in front of drama coaches, in front of artists, to actually get a true cultural experience and education.
Thank you, Minister.
You're welcome.
Minister, one last question before I throw to my colleague Penny. you'd be familiar that at the federal level there is discussion about bringing in a 20% local content involving streaming services, involving support for the New South Wales and Australian drama, documentary, children's content, co-productions, and that. Has Create New South Wales or the New South Wales government made any representations on the 20%, the 20% content?
So I might throw to my colleague Kate Foy on this matter, who was complaining to me earlier that this is the quietest budget estimates that she's experienced.
There we go.
I know. So I took that as an invitation.
We'll change that. We'll change that.
Thank you, Minister.
You're welcome.
Look, I'm
may need to take it on notice.
I'm working a bit from memory, but I do recall that we had some conversations about that. We may have made representations. I'm sure in the next couple of hours I can get the detail of that for you, Mrs. Secord.
Thank you.
Did you?
Minister,
Okay.
how many young people have been involved in the Regional New South Wales Gap Year initiative?
There's a lot more focus on regional youth than I thought there would be, and I'm excited about that because it's very important.
I wish we were talking about urban youth as well, but that's a different question.
And a different minister. So the short answer is, well, let me give you a little bit of context. It was, just for information, it was launched in December 2020 in response to rising youth unemployment due to decreased international travel and labour shortages in agriculture, tourism and hospitality in regional New South Wales. So basically, what happened is the program consisted of a web presence and social media activities developing this campaign to promote young people, particularly urban young people, working, studying and having lifestyle opportunities in regional New South Wales. Now, it's impossible for us to give the exact numbers of people who've taken it.
You have a ballpark of how many people?
Well, no. I mean, because it's about connecting a young person to a provider. So there's not a portal where they have to go through approval, right? But I can tell you that the web page has had 65,876 views since the campaign commenced. And in last month alone, there were over 8,500 page views for the Regional Gap Year main web page, and over 1,000 views for the work information page. So we know that the social media campaign promoting the Regional Gap Year has achieved 2.38 million video views with an audience reach of 1.71 million to date.
But you can't tell us how many young people have gone and done a gap year.
No, we can't. And the reason why is because, as I mentioned, we're connecting this structure connects a young person, and Julie can tell me if I'm wrong here, but my understanding is it connects a young person directly with a provider. It doesn't go through a sort of an overarching portal because we want to make the connections as clean and as efficient as possible. Ms. Ryan, would you like to add anything to that?
Yes, I would. I think that's a really good point. And the Regional Gap Year was built as a campaign, so really quickly stood up during the early impacts of COVID as a way to really promote the idea of travelling in regional New South Wales during COVID when overseas gap years were no longer possible, and also just to give the opportunity to promote a lot of the jobs that were available that weren't being filled by incoming overseas workers. So it was really a campaign to connect those different parties and also to connect young people with skills opportunities, so with the Training and Services New South Wales program, and also with information about how to write resumes, how to get in touch with.
That's terrific. I'm just trying to get an idea of how many people have actually done what the campaign was trying to get them to do.
And that's the point, Ms. Sharp. We can't tell. We can't tell you,
That's
but we
okay.
can tell you how popular it has been in terms of.
So the way that you manage success is how many people have viewed the website.
Well, in terms of the structure, I think the short answer is yes, because the way that it's structured is
there any other measure of success?
It's about connection, and of course there's anecdotal evidence that it's amazing, but you don't get a reach of 1.71 million if the program's not successful.
Well,
I'm sure
I would argue, Minister, that yes, people can look at the media, but whether that actually meant that one person went and actually filled the gap, I think is a different
obviously
question.
There's been.
That's okay. We can move on. I just was trying to understand how many was there.
I'm glad that you're interested.
And this leads into my next question. So Unions New South Wales did a report last year into issues for young people and work, and they made a range of recommendations. I suspect you probably haven't read it.
I haven't.
No, that's right. That's okay. My question though is that it really raised the issue very much of issues for regional young people being labour exploitation. particularly in some industries and some horticulture industries in particular, the use of piecework, skyrocketing ridiculous hostel costs that basically chew into their entire wage. What action, A, are you aware of this issue, and B, what action are you taking to address it?
No, I haven't. That issue hasn't been brought to my attention. I formally, obviously, as a proud resident of regional New South Wales and as someone who's been involved in the regional space for a long time, I have heard some anecdotal stories speaking to the exact issues that you raise. To be honest, Ms Sharp, having 3 portfolios that are all quite complex in less than 3 months, I haven't been able to turn my mind to all issues, but the fact that you raise it today, I think it is a valid issue and one that I'll ask the Office of Regional Youth to look into, and I will do so with my office as well.
Thank you. They also make recommendations around unpaid internships. Where's the government up to on dealing with exploitation with unpaid internships?
Well, I mean, that would not be a matter for my portfolio. I mean, that's obviously now getting into industrial relations, the industrial relations space, and so that...
Young people are massive users of internships.
I get
Regional young people come to the city to do internships. Just, you know, so you don't see that you've got a role for that, really.
No, I didn't say that. I'm just saying that I think that obviously the primary driver for that would be within different portfolio areas, but you are a sensible and reasonable person who makes sensible and reasonable points, and this is an issue that I give you the guarantee that I'll consider and
You're not doing your job, Penny.
And look into.
Well, you know, my next question is also the issue of wage theft, and then this goes again to exploitation in terms of regional workers and young people. Is looking, you know, the issue of willful and systemic wage theft also something that you will choose to have a look at in your role as Minister for Regional Youth?
Look, all employment issues for young people are incredibly important to consider. We know that there is a substantial gap between employment opportunities for young people in regional areas and young people in urban areas. The heart of the 3 issues that you've just raised are, I suspect that you accept the premise of that point, but the point that you make in reply is, yes, well, we need to make sure they're not exploited, particularly if the challenges are greater. Those points are well made. I haven't been involved in that space up till now, but I'm happy to give you a personal guarantee that I will look into these issues with my office, and I'll also ask the Office of Regional Youth to consider them as well.
Thank you.
You're
Appreciate
welcome.
that. So, Minister, I want to ask you about your charter letter from the Premier and the status. Mr Coutts-Trotter's familiar, I ask these quite a bit. The issues of the current Premier's priorities versus the closing the gap targets and how they mesh with your charter letter and the prioritisation, particularly within Aboriginal affairs.
So I'm really glad that you raised that. I see this as the most important job that I'll ever have in my life, and the most important part of the most important job is my involvement in closing the gap. The Premier rang me, and the Deputy Premier, to offer me this role, and the Premier told me that he was going to take on the role of Minister for Aboriginal Affairs himself until a few days before the announcement was made, because he saw that the role was so critically important, and he wanted to place Aboriginal people at the heart of decision-making for the government. He decided that he couldn't do that because he wouldn't have the time to give it the focus and attention that the issues required. And he asked me, and I'm incredibly grateful and humbled that he and the Deputy Premier did. It was made clear to me from that initial conversation and at every meeting since that my focus one of my fundamental requirements for success in this job is doing all I can to focus on closing the gap. To that end, the Premier put in the charter letters of a range of portfolio ministers a requirement to focus on implementing strategies to close the gap between Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal people, and I believe that that's the first time that's ever happened. And of course he's made that clear to me that that's one of my fundamental focuses.
How does that fit with the Premier's priorities process? Mr Cootstrotter might be able to. Yeah, I'm confused. Obviously, my understanding of the way in which government has been working, it was with the Premier's priorities, and pretty much you as the Secretary, force all the other secretaries through their KPIs and a whole range of processes, and the Board of Secretaries, I think you called, to basically work to that. I'm trying to understand how that dovetails now with and particularly within the Aboriginal affairs space, to the closing the gap. Fully supportive of the closing the gap. Very pleased that the government signed up to it. Just trying to understand how that drives priorities within government.
So the Premier's priorities haven't changed, and that has been, from my best recollection, communicated to ministers by the Premier in charter letters as well. And of course the timeframes for the closing the gap targets and priority reforms are different to the timeframes for Premier's priorities. Premier's priorities have a shorter term focus. Correct. Some of those Premier's priorities are essentially the same quantified measure and anticipated performance that you would hope to see for the closing the gap targets over a 10-year period, as opposed to what is now a 18-month period. So I think they coexist relatively easily. What really has been disturbed by COVID and the most recent terrible floods are some of the routines that have been associated with the Premier's priorities. They're usually subject to quarterly meetings where there is a chance for ministers, Premier, senior public officials to go through in some real detail performance issues that have arisen, mitigants that are in place to try and improve performance. That has been interrupted by COVID and the floods, so that's one immediate change. But I guess in summary, I think they do coexist pretty happily.
I'm happy to add to that as well, Ms Sharp, that some of the processes that you talked about in your question around a Board of Secretaries. So we've learned a lot from the Premier's priorities and the approach to habits, to reporting, to the consistent approach and the engagement with the Secretaries Board. We do engage Aboriginal Affairs and myself engage with the Secretaries Board on closing the gap and seek the support. In addition, which is different and it was started under the previous minister, there are regular quarterly meetings with each and every minister who is responsible for a part of or a target under closing the gap, and those are held quarterly and regularly, and we're actually in the middle of those now, and that's led by the Minister for Aboriginal Affairs with those relevant ministers. As you would have seen in the media, the Premier has asked through charter letters that ministers are held accountable for the part that they need to play in closing the gap, as well as their other portfolio areas. So we've learned a lot. In summary, we've learned a lot about the habits from the Premier's priorities. We're implementing those. We're strengthening that with those ministerial meetings, and we're tracking that and reporting on that, not dissimilarly to how Premier's priorities, and we learned from the Premier's implementation unit on that as well.
Thank you for that. That's actually very helpful. Thank you. And so, Minister, you will be reporting against the closing the gap target.
Yep.
And how are you going to deal with the Premier's priority issues? I know they're not directly your portfolio, but the one I'm looking at the moment is HSC attainment for Aboriginal young people, which has gone backwards and we're nowhere near the target. How are you going to practically deal with that issue?
Well,
I mean, that's just as an example. I mean, some of these issues are...
No, I understand. One of the first issues is getting data, and we have, obviously we're at the beginning of the 10-year process.
Okay.
That's okay. But we need to...
Yeah, sorry, Minister, I know we're at the beginning of the Closing the Gap 10-year process, but this Premier's priorities have been in place for a long time. This is my point.
Yeah. No, and the point's valid. I obviously can't speak to the Premier's priorities, and that's a question for the Premier, but all I can talk to is, for example, each of the 17 Closing the Gap targets and ensuring that individual ministers have at their highest level of priority a focus on those, and obviously target number 7, increasing the proportion of people attaining, young people attaining Year 12 or equivalent is very, very important, and is something that we're focusing on. The data point I wasn't trying to be cute there. It was saying that we do need baseline data, and a number of the targets we don't have baseline data for. One of the predominant reasons for that is obviously because of we need the updated census figures if we're looking at a 10-year period, and so that will be very important as soon as we get the 2021 figures. But my hope is that through the work that we're doing in association with CAPO, we've got the New South Wales Joint Council that I chair jointly with the heads of CAPO, that we have significant focus. And Ms Foy mentioned that we're having individual meetings between members of CAPO, which are the peak Aboriginal organisations, alongside the ministers in each cluster, as well as all of the senior departmental officials, to ensure that they're held to account on each of these priority targets. And so you're right, while it's not directly in alignment with the Premier's priority, there is significant focus on achieving those 17 priorities, and of course the 5 priority form areas for the New South Wales Government, and that's something that I think about every day.
Minister, earlier in response to a question from myself about Creative Kids program, you said that $216 million was allocated to the program, and that $149 million...
Could you just give me 1 second to get back to that? So 2 million vouchers have been downloaded. Yep. Which obviously, if they were all redeemed, would have a $200 million. That would be $200 million. Yeah, but 1.49 million have been redeemed.
So 149 million.
149 million.
So what happens? Is that an underspend? What happens to? Is that going to be reallocated? What's going to happen to the differential between the 216 and 149?
Good question. I'll throw to Ms. Foy.
Sure. So, well, there's an allocation to a program. Yeah. The program continues. I'll have a look at what the trend is around the expenditure to date and what we think will happen there. But ultimately, if there's any changes to any program, and regardless of whether it's Creative Kids, that's advice that's provided to ministers and governments for decisions. But at the moment, I'm confident that we just continue to roll out the program per the direction of the government.
Okay, Minister, in your answer, you were quite strident about the arts and crafts kits.
I've learnt from you in the stridency field.
Okay. So, in your opinion, were there abuses of the program?
Look, my view is that I need to look at what the direction of the government is and enact it. And it was quite clear that the Premier wanted to ensure that we return to normal life as quickly as we possibly can. And that's exactly what I've tried to implement in all of the proposals that I've sought to do across all 3 portfolios. And obviously that's been extremely difficult. We thought that we were through it after COVID, and now, of course, we have to deal with this natural disaster, which is going to have a significant impact on all 3 of my portfolios. That's my overriding concern, is to ensure that with the Creative Kids, that we get young people in front of creatives so that they can
develop a love of arts and culture in the way that, you know, I was able to do when I was a small child living on the Murray River and was able to go to a sport and rec camp at Barambula with other creative kids. And for the first time in my life, I realised there were other people who were like me and cared about music and drama. But it was that interpersonal interaction that changed my life and changed who I was. And that's exactly what I'm trying to do through Creative Kids.
Now, I want to take you to some comments made by the previous arts minister involving the Minerva Theatre at Potts Point. Now, at the time he made comments to the people who had purchased the site that he was looking at compulsorily acquiring it to protect it. What has happened in the steps to protect the Minerva and preserve it?
I appreciate you raising the question. I am a passionate believer that Sydney needs more theatre space. It's just incredibly important for, obviously, arts and culture in this space, where we know that every theatre, major theatres have often years-long queues of productions trying to get in. We know from a range of different reports that have been done that there is a market and an appetite for new theatres in this space. We know that a report from EY, for example, shows us that an 1,800-seat theatre would bring over 350,000 interstate visitors and almost 25,000 international visitors to New South Wales from 2025 to 2040, with putting in almost $500 million into the economy. These are... It's okay, but I'm getting there. Sorry, I'm getting there. The point is, I believe what the former minister believed, which is that we need more theatres. I believe we need another 1,000-seat, 1,500-seat and 2,000-seat theatre in Sydney, and I'm looking to do what I can there. In terms of the Minerva, I'm a new minister. I'm meeting with the group. Have there been any steps to compulsorily acquire the land? No. But I am very focused and passionate about ensuring that the Minerva returns to being an extraordinary centre for arts and culture as a performance space, if at all possible, and I'll be doing what I can to see that happen. But I'm not going to preempt those sorts of decisions, particularly those with budgetary impacts. Otherwise, I might get given a stern talking to by the gentleman on my right.
Now, the previous minister also asked Create New South Wales to prepare a report into the Minerva. What's the status of that investigation into?
I'll just throw it to
Ms. Boyd. So that was in 2020 that we co-funded a feasibility study with the City of Sydney into the restoration of the Minerva. Certainly that study found that it could reopen and operate sustainably as a performance venue, and certainly the detail about whether that we could accommodate 1,000 seats. So that is certainly possible. That's what the finding of that report was. Just to put it in context, we have Central Element, the current owner, who's lodged an integrated development application with the City of Sydney. That work is on foot, and we Create New South Wales put in a submission while we didn't comment on the development, on the nature of the development application or the specifics of it. We were very much very strong in asserting that we countered Central Element's view by saying the restoration of the Minerva to a 1,000-seat theatre was entirely possible. So
entirely possible. But I understand that the project has been revised now, that there's now proposal to put dining inside there, reduce the stage and put, not apartments, but hotel rooms, a boutique hotel project now.
Look, that's a matter for the owner and what they put in their own DA and submit to the city. Our position has been, as you know, for some time, that a 1,000-seat theatre is possible, and a preference for the Minerva, as the Minister has outlined, to have a future as a performance space in Sydney.
And you should also understand, Mr Secord, that there are a range of other things that need to be considered as well. through this DA or any other process, it's there needs to be a review, obviously, by the Heritage Council of New South Wales because it's an item of state heritage. There's potentially going to need to be archaeological testing done for both historical archaeology, also Aboriginal cultural heritage, due to any excavation that might be proposed. This is... If the tenor of your question is some other thing just going to pop up like that, the answer is no. I'm conscious of this. In fact, I've raised it in a range of different meetings, and we are looking to the future of this iconic building.
You raised it about the I think it's Aboriginal and or a colonial site underneath the Minerva. So how does that impact on the plans for the site?
Well, I mean, they need to be taken into consideration, obviously, and there needs to be a full assessment and appropriate heritage process undertaken.
Do you know what the heritage site underneath is?
I don't have those details. But
does Ms. Foy know?
Ms. Foy might.
No, that's an assessment that's underway at the moment, I understand, or is due to happen. I'm just getting there. Sorry, I'll get the timing correct. Any development application is subject to the review by the Heritage Council as well, and I understand it'd take a couple of months for that assessment to be, the archaeological assessment to be undertaken.
And I just should let you know as well, Mr Secord, that I know in my diary is a meeting with the Metro Minerva Action Group in the coming weeks, and I'll obviously be working closely with them.
Thank you. I've met them.
I have no doubt that you have.
Thank you.
I might just ask a quick question. Yeah. Sorry, Minister, just in relation to your Closing the Gap initiatives, and I see basically focusing on priority reform number 5, employment, business growth and economic prosperity. And the first point there says we need to understand prosperity through an Aboriginal perspective. How does, and I'm not asking you for planning advice, obviously it's not part of what you're doing here, but how does the development of the Lizard Rock site in Belrose fit within that priority reform number 5? How does property development sit in that area? I'm not saying it from a negative point of view, but how does that work?
Understand. So I guess I'd... so I don't know about the specific proposal of which you speak. Obviously, I'm very proud of the fact that as part of the New South Wales Government's focus on closing the gap, that there are 4 nationally agreed priority reform areas and that we've added a 5th in terms of an economic focus, employment and so forth. And I think that that's very important because I believe that...
you want to take it on notice because you're sort of... You don't actually...
Look, I will.
I've just has an answer to that.
I have a little more information here, Mr. Borzik, which I'm happy to provide.
Okay.
That's all right. So I'm aware of the article in the Australian Financial Review which suggests that the Metropolitan Land Council proposal for 450 lot subdivision of its land at Lizard Rock in Belrose is a test case for the state environmental planning policy on Aboriginal land, 2019. Can I emphasise firstly that Aboriginal land councils hold land in freehold title and may develop or use their land as they determine, subject to prevailing environmental and planning laws, obviously. And I understand that the planning proposal is now open for public comment. The development proposal has been lodged and will be assessed and determined in accordance with the Aboriginal Land, State, Environment and Planning Policy due to the size and significance of the proposal to the Northern Beaches region. Obviously, as Minister for Aboriginal Affairs, I don't have a role in that assessment process, but I fully support the Land Council in making its application to make economic use of its significant land assets to benefit its members and the wider Aboriginal community.
Okay, I think you've answered that part of the question. Just turning now to local community engagement in relation to the CAPO organisations, I see on the Aboriginal Affairs New South Wales website that you're currently engaged with those organisations in or around March 2022. When can we expect to see a result from those engagements in terms of priorities of those organisations for this year and perhaps next?
So you're talking about the implementation plan for closing the gap?
Yes.
Okay, so basically...
I'm basically talking about the current consultation round.
No, I get that. So the Coalition of CAPO, the Coalition of Aboriginal Peak Organisations, are holding face-to-face community engagements in, I think, 30 locations across New South Wales. This is in order to finalise our next implementation plan, which we envisage being released by July 2022 in answer to your question of a specific date. I don't know if Mr Cootes-Trotter or Ms Gordon would like to add to that.
Don't bring us into it.
Sorry?
Look, I think...
sorry.
I'm happy.
Actually, Mr Ireland might be appropriate as well. But Ms Foy, did you want to say something?
Other than... consultations are undertaken as a really integral part of all of the Closing the Gap activities, both at certainly at the state level, and they've been held over the last couple of years and been a key input into the Closing the Gap strategy and implementation plan, and to help us adjust the way we work. That consultation document becomes, as I said, an input to the June and July 2022 implementation plan, which is an update from the previous year. In terms of it being available, I'm happy to take that on notice as to the status. CAPO commission the work, CAPO do the work. It's CAPO's document, and I would want to respect whatever views they have about how they want that document treated. But I'm happy to go back to them and come back to you, Mr Borzak, on that.
All right, thank you.
Mr Ireland, did you want to add anything to that? Okay.
Shivridge.
Oh, thanks, Chair. That was a little quicker than I was hoping, but anyhow. Minister, there are a series of regional alliances that it's unclear exactly how they fit into the functioning of the New South Wales government and the interactions between different agencies and First Nations communities. How many regional alliances are there?
So you're talking about local decision making, I assume. There are 8
Parky and those,
yeah. So there are 8 active Aboriginal regional alliances across New South Wales. Murdy Parky, as you rightly say, 3 Rivers Aboriginal Assembly, Illawarra Wingecarribee Alliance, Aboriginal Corporation, Barang Regional Assembly, Riverina Murray Regional Alliance, North Coast Aboriginal Development Alliance, Western Sydney Aboriginal Regional Alliance, and LAPA. The LAPA is Community Alliance.
Does the department have minimum standards to document community engagement and community buy-in for those regional alliances? Many of them have at least paper requirements for working groups, but do you ensure that happens? What, if any, testing do you do?
Yep. I might throw to Mr Cootes-Trotter.
Who will in turn throw to Ms Gordon.
So yes, we do have in place agreements with those alliances in terms of what they will be putting into place in terms of their relationships with community, as well as what they might be doing as far as milestones or outcomes that they would like to achieve for the aspirations of that community.
It's one thing to have those agreements in place, but what, if anything, do you do to check that those working groups are alive and working, that these regional alliances have the support of the First Nations peoples in the regions which they purport to represent?
And look, and I think I understand where you're going with this. So different
why
alliances.
Don't you just get there with the answer quickly?
Yeah, absolutely. So certainly we do work with the alliances around community working parties. The community working parties work to the main alliance, and so from that alliance, then we do have those agreements in place about what they will be achieving, what they want to achieve in terms of milestones for their communities. Understanding that we work right across communities in a range of organisations in which the way the communities choose to organise themselves, and it's not always directly through an alliance or directly through a community working party. It's broader than that, depending on the aspirations of community.
Well, put simply, do the alliance structures work? Are they achieving their proposed outcomes, which was to provide a genuine regional representation of First Nations communities? Do you have any evidence that they do that?
So they do work in a number of ways. I can say in the last couple of years, COVID has certainly had an impact on them in terms of them being able to work with communities and bring forth those aspirations and outcomes. I can say that from that perspective. So each of the alliances do report into those mechanisms by which they have achieved various things, and I'm just looking at my notes in terms of which things specifically they've achieved for various alliances that are in place, noting that alliances have been in place at various times throughout the process, can give you some understanding of what that looks like.
We might come back to some of the detail later.
Yep.
But Minister, what do you understand the role of the regional alliances to be, as opposed to CAPO, as opposed to Aboriginal land councils, as opposed to traditional owners, as opposed to registered native title holders? Where do the regional alliances fit in terms of authority to speak?
Well, it's basically ensuring Aboriginal communities have a genuine voice in determining what the priorities are.
No, we're talking about the regional alliances.
I know, and I'm answering the question, and what services are actually delivered. And obviously that's done through a range of things, like, for example, the accords, and there are a number of accords which have been ratified, and a social housing agreement, obviously, which you'd be well aware of out at Murdy Parky. There was...
Well, Minister, accords are one thing.
Yeah.
But surely you would be aware of the very real unrest in First Nations communities about the way these regional alliances work and their lack of connection to community, the lack of engagement with community about the regional alliances. Surely you're aware of that.
Of course. Look, let me pull out just a little and explain what my view is. My view is that the thing that needs to be put front and centre of any interaction between government and Aboriginal communities is genuine, honest, true collaboration and empowerment of Aboriginal people to make decisions about their own futures. I mean, obviously that's something
right,
that you
but
agree
I'm asking
with.
you...
And we are trying to do that through a range of different ways, right? If you have a look at what we're doing with CAPO...
No, but I'm asking you about the regional alliances.
Yep.
Well, by all means, let's talk about CAPO at a different point.
Yep.
How much funding was there given to regional alliances in the last financial year?
Sure. So we allocated $2.4 million.
What did you get for it?
To support that local decision making. That included each regional alliance having access of up to $200,000 for their operational costs and to support local governance.
What did you get? $2.4 million went to the regional alliances. What did we get?
Yeah.
What did a young mum out of Brewarrina looking for a house, what did she get out of the $2.4 million that went on?
So, for example, the community at Walmaringal has benefited from the placement of solar panels and tenant education on 21 homes. That will reduce electricity costs on those homes in that region. I hear what you're saying. I understand. To me, we need to try a range of different things in government in order to ensure that Aboriginal people are empowered, that they have, that they're able to take decisions that reflect what their community wants and what can be.
Can we finish? I mean, I know we've run out of time.
Last question, yeah.
It's not just $2.4 million this year. It was a similar amount the year before. Is there any kind of rigorous analysis of whether or not this structure that sort of sits between land councils and government and CAPO, and is there any analysis that it's actually returning value for money for the First Nations peoples who desperately need that $2.4 million spent on their needs?
Yes, there's a number of evaluations that have been done, Mr Shoebridge, and ultimately partly the funding goes towards how government and alliances work together, so it builds that relationship. So you need to have funding that has actually funds Aboriginal people to participate around the table, as it does for Close the Gap. That's the same realm that occurs for Close the Gap. And inside of some of those alliances are actually CAPO organisations as well. When we talk about land councils, we might talk about AMSs. They are inside of those local decision-making entities. So that arrangement in terms of communities being able to be represented by those are absolutely represented. standard from that perspective. So in terms of those particular evaluations, it talks to, firstly, the aim was around building the relationship between government and those organisations. Then that negotiation through to the accord is then done between that alliance and those government organisations to bring forward possible activities that then can meet the needs of those communities. And so we could provide you with certainly a list of those different outcomes for sure.
With all the pressing needs in the community, if anybody, there are so many in desperate need of assistance. Heard that answer. Heard that answer.
It's actually government time.
Come on, Don. Here you go. Do some cleanup.
Right.
The government.
I have two quick questions. There was a question from Mr. Secord about music in the regions and how it was being paid for. Is it in fact the case that music in the regions is paid for out of the Arts and Culture Funding Program as enabled by the 10% increase in last year's budget for the Arts and Culture Funding Program?
I think you might know the answer to that.
Yes, and can I strongly endorse the leadership of the previous Minister, Mr. Harlan, in fact seeing that 10% uplift, one of the most significant uplifts in funding for the arts that has ever been in existence for decades in this state.
Now, the second one was more as a follow-up and to a question the Honourable Robert Borzak asked earlier, and I felt that there was perhaps some more detail that could be teased out there to enable that member to have a full understanding of what is happening. Since July the 4th, 2020, when it was announced that the Ultimo Museum was staying, what interaction has there been with the original architects on the design of the museum back in the 1980s? Did that precede any detailed work starting on the actual design? Was there where did the conservation management plan fit in to that process? Did that that work or the work with the original architects precede the business case?
Conservation management plan.
There was talk of a design competition. Where's that up to? Is that preceding any particular work starting? They're all related.
I might actually ask Ms. Pittman if she could start, and then, but perhaps if she could take Ms. Ryan's seat, and then Ms. Havelaar, you might jump in at the end, if that's all right.
Notice. Just take it on notice. Come on, Scott.
Thank you, Minister. We've been consulting on an ongoing basis with a variety of stakeholders of the Ultimo project, the Powerhouse Ultimo project. Lionel de Glendenning, I believe, is Mr. Harwin specifically mentioned the architect of the 1988 extension of Powerhouse Ultimo. Lionel is part of a group that we call the Master Planning Dialogue. We've had ongoing sessions with this group in addition to, and those look at the opportunities that specifically the opportunities that present for the renewal of the Powerhouse site. The other parties that are involved in that master planning dialogue are Abby Galvin, the state government architect, Richard Johnson, Peter Poulet, Ellen Croker, Aspect Studios, and Powerhouse staff. So that's been an ongoing, those sessions have been ongoing, and a wonderful opportunity to get a perspective of the original intent of Mr. Glendenning and some of the other folks that were involved early in the establishment of the museum on the site. In terms of looking forward, this project is a state significant development, so we will be undertaking a two-stage planning process, a concept DA followed by a detailed SSDA. That process was initiated late last year, and we received a Secretary's environmental assessment requirements for the concept DA in January. We're currently preparing documents for the concept DA, and the target for that lodging our concept DA is in April. We're currently, we're hoping for a determination of that concept DA around September, but of course we're in the hands of the planning department in terms of that. The design competition will be a national design competition, and it'll be a multi-stage competition that starts with a registration of interest, and then an expression of interest, and then the final stage 2 concept design, which will be developed by the shortlist from that expression of interest. That process, the registration of interest and expression of interest, will commence mid-year, and the stage 2 of that design competition will start after we receive the concept DA determination, so hopefully around September. And then the detailed SSDA, so that's a sort of second stage of the planning process, will be completed with the successful designers.
Just before we wrap up, the committee's just had a bit of a quick discussion about some witnesses that we might be able to excuse and not have them come back today, but on the basis that there is one question, I think, for Ms. Heron. So if you'd like to come up to the microphone, we might be able to...
It's not going to be, don't build up expectations too high, Ms. Heron. And I assure you this wasn't the whole reason you're here. I think you...
The ones that eat you for breakfast.
Thanks for coming, Ms. Heron.
Thank you for having me. It's rather a long time to sit here.
I thought you should get one question. It's really about it's about going forward. In the last 12 months, have you had any further approaches from Racing New South Wales in relation to putting images on the Opera House sales? And then I will ask you what if any other approaches you've...
No.
So there's not?
No.
And do you understand the policy that applies currently for the use of the sales would exclude entities like Racing New South Wales going forward?
Yes.
And have you had any applications in the last 12 months, either from within government or outside of government, that the Opera House has thought was inappropriate?
From outside, yes, we have. Yes, we have.
When you mean outside, you mean outside government?
We're outside of government, yes, we have.
Can you give an indication of where the line is drawn? What matters you're
yes. So the sales are protected. The Opera House is a World Heritage listed building, state and national and World Heritage listed, and it's really important that to maintain that status we retain the very highest heritage standards, and the Opera House cannot be used as a billboard. We have a policy, a very strong policy, that aims to make sure that we use the sales appropriately, but that we don't overuse them. And so every time we get an application, or often people will say, what would you think about this? And I'll go back and say, this is never going to happen, and it just falls away. And sometimes people are a little more insistent, and it takes a little longer to get the desired result. So, because we always need to make sure that we maintain we preserve the integrity of the sales. So if that happens, I'll often ring the person up and say, look, it's just not appropriate because you understand what we're trying to do and how important the heritage of the sales is. And generally that does dismiss the issue. And I feel that the sales lightings that we've had have all been appropriate. For example, it was great to be able to light the sales in support of the Ukrainian
No, indeed, I think we all supported that. But have there been any directions from government to put materials on the sales in the last 12 months?
There have been no directions from government to put material on the sales. We do work very closely with government to determine what is appropriate and what isn't appropriate.
And could you, on notice, just provide a link to the current policy settings?
It's on our website. Just go Sydney Opera House policy sales.
Don't put them up on the
There
sales.
it is. There it is.
All right. Thanks, Ms. Harrop.
Thank you.
Bridge for the Senate.
I think my guess is that might breach the guidelines. I'll explore it later today.
On that note, no campaigning budget estimates. So thank you, Minister, for your attendance this morning. We appreciate it. For most of the rest of you, we'll see you back at 2 p.m. So I believe, and I'll just check with the committee, Ms. Heron, you will be excused for this afternoon.
And Mr. Brand, perhaps?
Charged.
Yes. Mr. Brand. Thank you.
Yes.
Is it Mr. Brand? Yes.
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Excellent.
Did?
And Ms. Havilar, of course.
No, Miss. She's back.
I tried.
Let's try, but no. Okay, thank you, everybody. We'll see you at 2. Okay.
Let's go live.
Welcome back, everybody. We'll continue our question.
Just practicing.
Continue our questions this afternoon with the opposition.
Just so I know, so do we direct questions to individual officials or do we go through Mr. Coots-Trotter?
It's a matter for Mr. Coots-Trotter, but they're all here as witnesses, so...
Look, whatever the committee would prefer. If you want to come through me,
okay,
why don't we try that, see how it goes?
Okay. So, actually, this will probably be through Mr. Coots-Trotter to Ms. Gordon. Last COVID at the height of COVID, we had an Indigenous response to parts of Western New South Wales. And I just want to know if any work has been undertaken involving as Minister Hazzard said several days ago, the variant on the variant.
Yeah.
So what preparations are underway to ensure that we don't have a repeat of what happened in the Northern Territory? And have any steps been taken to prepare remote Indigenous communities?
I should, Lil, why don't you start and I might add in
sure.
if need be. Thank you.
So in terms of the groups that we have set up as a result of COVID, we continue to have those groups. So we have an Aboriginal response group that is set up that has government partners as well as Aboriginal leadership as part of that. And so with that group, what we do is we hear from issues or things that might be not happening or happening in communities, and then we are able to then work out what initiatives we need to put into place for those communities, whether it be around food security, possible accommodation, all of those things. So that is all still in place as far as COVID and then what will come in terms of those areas. So it's very much place-based and we work with each of those communities. I often hold a number of community meetings, specifically with communities right across, and so we'll continue to do those. We work directly with Aboriginal Health and Medical Research Centre, who is the peak health body across the Aboriginal medical services that are out there as well. So we're very much aligned with everything and we'll continue to do that work.
Now, Ms. Gordon, you would notice that the minister several days ago predicted, or the health minister said that there's a chance that we're going to have another spike in that. Are we seeing, I guess, parallel transmission rates, parallel patterns in Indigenous communities in New South Wales?
Look, to be honest, I don't have that data right now, but it's certainly an area that we want to focus on to make sure that we're ahead of it as much as anywhere else. So the work that we did previously was making sure that we could drive vaccination rates up in Aboriginal communities, and that's been quite successful, particularly for Western New South Wales, to be able to make sure that they are on par, if not surpass, those.
That was my next question, was going to be Indigenous vaccination rates. Is there anything that you could provide the committee in relation to that?
I'll just find that for you. Is in here? No, here we go. So in terms of 16 years and over, the first dose for Aboriginal people is about 86.6%, the second dose. And so for the general population, it's about 95.9. And for the second dose, 84.4 for Aboriginal people 16 and over, 94.4 for the general population. So, differences of about 9 or 10%.
As at 8 March.
As of March 8th, right.
Yeah.
And what about movement on the booster? Because I understand in the wider community, there is, I think we're hovering around 50%.
So the data that we have, it's about 40%, 41% for Aboriginal people, and around about 60% again for the broader population. So probably up closer to the 19% difference. And the work that we continue to do is absolutely drive those as much as possible through communications particularly, which are generally at the community level, for community people to be able to enact and help other community members get those boosters as much as possible.
Thank you. Ms. Sharp, do you mind if I ask a few more questions in other areas and then we'll jump back and forth? These questions would be directed to Create New South Wales. I think probably to Ms. Pittman. In relation to community-based concerns, community-based campaigns involving the Roxy Theatre at Parramatta, has any work been undertaken in that area to preserve or protect the Roxy?
Obviously, the Roxy is a very important building and cultural component for Parramatta, architecturally and culturally. Having sat unused since 2014, there's a really strong community and cultural sector support for the restoration of the Roxy, which we do strongly support as well. increasing the number of theatres in Sydney, as we've said, is a really key priority for the government, and in particular in Western Sydney as well. We're committed to working with the community and the cultural sector, the Parramatta Council, and the owner on the future development of the site and future use of the site. It is currently in private ownership. The site is listed on the Heritage Register, the State Heritage Register. As such, its heritage values are protected under the Heritage Act. This means that the Heritage Council of New South Wales is an approval party for future development applications on the site. In 2017, the owner of the Roxy did submit a development application to the City of Parramatta Council for a 33-story commercial tower, but in June 2019, that application was refused. The Roxy Theatre Action Group it comprises several theatre practitioners and historians. It's campaigning for the Roxy Theatre to be fully restored to its original configuration and former glory, including the addition of full stage facilities on the site. And we're continuing to look at options to support those endeavours.
Mr. Kootstrader to Ms. Havila. Ms. Havila, I want to take you to the board meetings involving the Mass Museum of Applied Arts and Sciences. Has the board been meeting regularly since COVID or during COVID?
Yes, so the Museum of Applied Arts and Sciences Trust meets every 8 weeks.
Every 8 weeks, yeah.
Yep, and we also have every 8 weeks we have a Finance and Audit Committee meeting, which is that committee is made up of members of the trust.
Now, is there a requirement for the number of board members to attend a particular meeting, a quorum requirement?
Oh, thank you. Yes, there is.
And has, since the change of leadership from the president, I think it's president is the figure, or is it chairman?
President.
President, yes, that's right. So since Mr. Peter Collins has become president, replacing Professor Barney Glover, have they met quorum every 8 weeks?
Yes, they have.
Can you, you probably wouldn't have it with you, but could you provide the attendance figures for the board members? I think it's Mr. Collins, Mr. Borger, Mr. Carney, Mr. Hassel.
Ms. Carney.
Ms. Sorry.
Aren't they in the annual report?
No, but I want to know for the up until the most recent one, a year from then.
Very happy to provide those.
Thank you very much. Maybe just a couple more here. I understand that from materials from Infrastructure New South Wales, that the projections are that the Parramatta site will have up to 2 million, the plans are to have up to 2 million visitors a year. What is that based on? Because the population of Sydney is about 5.3. So you're operating on the premise that half of Sydney is going to visit the Powerhouse Museum at Parramatta.
So the way that the museum has been So the way that the museum has been designed and the way that was tested through a very thorough business case process is that the museum will support a very dynamic and changing program that will support high visitor numbers. The other thing that's very distinctive about Powerhouse Parramatta is it will be open in the evening, because we also want the museum to contribute to the nighttime economy of Parramatta as really vibrant CBD, and we want arts and culture to be very much part of that. So the levels of visitation was tested in the business case. It's also been tested through design development processes with the design team in partnership with Create Infrastructure and with Infrastructure INSW. So it's been tested in multiple ways.
Are those unique visitations though, or are they total?
They're repeat. So the idea is that people come instead of coming 3 times in a lifetime like they have in Ultimo, where you might come as a child, bring your child and then come with your grandchild, the whole idea about Powerhouse Parramatta is that it's embedded into the cultural life of the city and Western Sydney, and you might come 2 or 3 times a week for different reasons.
Right. Okay, because from my understanding is that the visitation at Powerhouse Ultimo is about 175 to 200,000 depending on the year.
No, the visitation in Ultimo has been pre-COVID between 800,000 up into 1 million.
Oh, okay.
And COVID numbers,
significantly reduced.
Significantly have impacted that. But actually, when the Powerhouse in Ultimo opened in its first year, it was over 1 million visitors.
Penny?
Thank you. Thanks very much. I just wanted to a couple of very basic questions. First, what's the total EFT for Aboriginal Affairs at the moment?
Might go to either Kate or Lil for that one.
So, as at, and I'm sure Lil can fill in on any further detail, but as at December 2021, the EFT was 134.2 for Aboriginal Affairs.
And
can I also say that that is across a number of sites, including their head office in Mascot, as well as Bateman's Bay, Burke, Broken Hill, Coffs Harbour, Dubbo, Newcastle, Tamworth.
No, thank you. Some of this, I think, will be in the annual budget, but if you could give me an update. The total annual staffing budget so not including contractors or consultants.
Sure thing. Lil, do you want to handle that one?
So the total staffing budget is 28.6
million. Okay, thank you. And are you able to give us the most up-to-date figures in terms of the amount spent on consultants?
Don't currently have that at hand. Happy to take that on notice.
And for contractors as well? Thank you. If you can take that on notice, would you be able to provide that for the last 4 financial years, please?
Sure. Year on year.
Sorry?
Year on year, I'm assuming.
Yes, yeah. Thank you. That would be good. And is Aboriginal Affairs, are you subject to any increasing any efficiency asks from Treasury?
So I think the Secretary is probably best placed to answer that.
That's a false assumption. I think the short story is yes, along with every other government agency that had to absorb efficiency savings, but so there are efficiency savings locked into Aboriginal Affairs budget, but there were no additional savings in the 21-22 financial year.
Right, so there was existing ones, but no extra ones. And what was, and how much was that?
We can get it for you on notice if we don't have it to hand. That's no problem.
That's fine. So I want to ask about the local decision-making evaluation, which is done by the ANU Centre for Aboriginal Economic Policy Research. Is that correct?
That's one of the evaluations, yep.
Right, okay. And so, in that case, can you just explain to me, do they do an annual evaluation? How does that work?
I think they're doing one evaluation. So there's evaluations that different alliances will enact for themselves, and there's evaluations that we do from an Aboriginal Affairs perspective.
So the ones that they're responsible for... So, sorry, the information that I've got, so they've been doing them since 2015. Is that good? Are you able to tell us how much money has been paid for these?
Again, I'll take that one on notice. Thank you.
Yep, no worries. And if you could do a breakdown for each financial year.
Sure.
That would be great. I wanted to, we touched on some of the closing the gap stuff earlier this morning, but I'm particularly interested in the work for redirection of funding to Aboriginal community-controlled organisations. Can you just explain, I suppose, what work Aboriginal Affairs is doing and how that's, how that's coming together?
Lil, I'll let you start on that if you like.
Yeah, sure. So currently there's been some mapping that's been completed in terms of the draft Indigenous expenditure report that looks at what the spend has been out there and programs that have been evaluated and so on.
Sorry, just to stop you there. So the mapping. So is that are you the lead for that? Who leads?
We work with Treasury.
Who's the mapping.
Clearly, yeah. Treasury's the lead.
Treasury. Okay. Yep. And is this part of their
Indigenous expenditure
yeah,
review
is it all part of the same thing, or is it a separate thing?
It was something that I understand was agreed to in the national agreement to do this work. Treasury leads it, but we have
Talk into the microphone, Kate.
I beg your pardon. So it's a requirement under the national agreement. Treasury leads the work, but with very much in partnership with ourselves and the senior officials group that oversees and works together with Capo on closing the gap. So it's a piece of work through sponsored through that particular group, and we report to the New South Wales Joint Council, which is co-chaired, I think the Minister explained this morning, between himself and the Capo.
Oh, that's good.
And we also report into, as I suggested this morning, to the Secretary's Board on that particular work. So that will be refined and developed as we go along, but certainly the expenditure review report had a look at what expenditure goes to, and it's specific to specific First Nations programs. It does not reflect what might be expenditure in general things. So, for example, a hospital that provides a broad level of service to the community, it won't capture, say, what benefit is derived specifically for Aboriginal people.
Yeah, and that report was the one that found that 45% of programs had not been evaluated. Is that we're talking about the same thing? Yep. Great, thank you. So there's mapping being done, and Treasury are doing that. Sorry, can you just take me through who's on which departments are on the senior officials group?
So there is, Tim might be able to fill in. So it's chaired by the Department of Premier and Cabinet. I've been chairing it and handing that chairpersonship to Lil Gordon, co-chaired with the Chief Executive of New South Wales Aboriginal Land Council, who represents Capo. The clusters that are involved in it are really from all of the clusters: transport, planning, justice, education, family and community services people as well. So it's all of the clusters are engaged in that. Treasury, Customer Services Department.
I might get you just to take on notice just specifically who comes to those, like who is that. So I'm interested in what level, and I'm interested in which part.
Deputy Secretary level, and where there is not a Deputy Secretary, there's an Executive Director.
Yeah.
But again, sort of keen. I mean, transport's very different, obviously, from DCJ.
Of course,
that sort of stuff. So, yep, thank you.
For example, DCJ, it's the Deputy Secretary that comes along to that. For transport, it's the Executive Director.
Yep, no, I think that's right. I want to ask some questions about solution brokerage. Are you able to give me the current status of the Bowraville Solution Brokerage project?
Look, that's one I'll take further on notice. In terms of Bowraville, we continue to work with Bowraville, particularly around their healing from that perspective, and working with them around memorials and so on that they want to put in place, and the healing that's happening in Bowraville. And that's where we're at this stage. Any further detail I'll provide on notice.
Can you, could you, in that case, could you also provide for me how much is spent on, so this is the brokerage project specifically, how much has been spent on that project to date? And information about the key performance indicators or the monitoring of the outcomes. So this is a similar one, you might have to take this on notice as well. The current status of the Eden Local Aboriginal Land Council Land and Economic Participation Accord.
Yes, same again, I'll take that on notice and provide you with that detail.
Right, okay. I mean, it finished in September 19, but
there's very little information about the outcomes of that. One of the agreed actions was to progress the title transfer of an area of the national park adjacent to Davidson Whaling Station. Can you provide an update on what the status of that is and whether the transfer has occurred?
Yes.
Thank you. There was also, so this is all to do with the Eden Participation Accord. Look, essentially the issue is that there was a lot of things signed up to. There's very little information about whether they've been delivered, and we're just trying to find out. So there was also a collaboration to develop a planning and assessment tool for Eden Laux land holdings, primarily focusing on the realisation of specific parcels to generate capital support activities identified in the community land and business plan. Can you give us an update?
Yeah, we'll take those on notice. We'll aim to try and get you some information before the end of the day.
Terrific, thank you.
Mr Balzac.
Thank you, Chair. I suppose through you, Mr Cootes-Trotter.
Thanks, Mr Balzac.
Are you aware of the Ngurangu Yalbilinya program at Orange?
I'm not, but perhaps one of my colleagues is.
It's a culture-based and an intensive Indigenous education program tailored to re-engage students with a focus and holistic development.
Oh, yes. No,
high school-aged Indigenous boys.
Yeah, no, that does ring a bell. I know in a previous life I've spoken to the local land council about that program in its instigation phase.
Well, I might continue then. Given the Orange-based initiative is relatively new, but is already showing positive outcomes, Tim Bennett and his team are passionate educators from the Canobolas Rural Technology High School, have been critical to the program's growing success and have hopes of developing the program into an Indigenous centre of excellence and to roll the program out across rural and regional New South Wales. The question, I guess, is that can you provide advice if funding for the Ngurangu Yalbilinya program will be extended after 2022, and if so, what resources will be provided to ensure the ongoing success of the program?
I think we'll take that question on notice and respond as soon as we can to you, Mr Balzac.
All right. You might just also look at whether, once you've got the answer, whether it would be considered to be available to be extended to other regions of New South Wales.
All right. We'll tackle that in the response on notice as well.
Thank you. Now, in relation to, I refer to discussions that my colleague, the member for Barwon, has had with your minister regarding the repatriation and secure storage of culturally significant scar trees to the community of Colorenabri. While this work is being led by the local Aboriginal Council, the member for Barwon, on behalf of the local Aboriginal Council, has asked the Minister for his support and is seeking funds for the construction of a secure, suitable facility at Colorenabri to house these assets. Specifications and location should be in consultation with the local Aboriginal Lands Council. What representations have been made by the Minister to the Department on this matter, and will the Department agree to pursue funding or to commit funding to house these assets for the community?
I will take that on notice unless we can provide any information here and now. No, we'll take that on notice.
Okay,
various elements on that one yet. Yep.
All righty, thank you. Look, has the department had discussions with the minister about the significant cultural values among our Indigenous people regarding fishing?
Yes. Yes. Lil, do you want to elaborate?
Well then,
sorry, Mr. Was it? You keep going. Yep.
Yeah, sorry, that's just the.
Yep.
That's the opening shot. Is the minister or your department aware that the non-commencement of Section 21AA of the Fisheries Management Act has caused serious issues for Indigenous people in New South Wales?
Yes, would it be helpful to provide something of a response to the question of what has delayed the commencement of that?
That's where I'm going, yeah.
Yeah, all right. Kate, do you have that to hand?
Yes, I think Lil will be able to fill in quite a bit of detail. Sorry, Mr Balzac, won't be a second. So I know there's currently 2 pilots for cultural fishing underway. So,
Hastings.
I beg your pardon?
Tweed and Hastings.
In Tweed and Hastings. I might get actually, Lily, you better pick this up because you've got the detail in front of you.
Well, who's running those pilots? Is that coming out of Ag, or is it run in conjunction with the Aboriginal Affairs? Where are we going with this?
So in terms of Aboriginal Affairs, we're alongside that work ultimately. So the Minister for Agriculture obviously has carriage of that work. So from our perspective, what we're doing is making sure that in terms of that act, obviously it hasn't commenced, and so the pilots are in place in terms of local management plans around those two pilots for Hastings and Tweed. It'll be trialled over the coming 2 years, commencement in early 2022, obviously that's this year. The Hastings Local Management Plan to inform best model to take forward, including potential commencement of the Section 21AA. Obviously there's the parliamentary inquiry into the commencement of the Fisheries Management Amendment Act, and it was announced by the New South Wales Legislative Council's Portfolio Committee number 4 for 25th of November last year. Obviously we would welcome that inquiry. Currently what we're doing is that it's clear any cultural fishing, given that I come from a little town out west called Brewarrina with the fish traps that are out there, incredibly important for our communities ultimately, and our aim is to continue to work alongside our communities, particularly around the Aboriginal Fishing Advisory Council, which has both Newswalk and NTS Corp, so the Native Title Services Corporation and Newswalk as the New South Wales Aboriginal Land Council representatives on that committee to be able to keep working through that with them.
Okay, so you think it'll take a couple of years to work through that process, do you?
I don't have a time frame in front of me, but happy to come back to you, yes.
Yeah, if you could please, it would be good to get something. What representations has your minister made regarding prosecutions against Indigenous fishermen that have been fined and or prosecuted for their cultural practices because of the government's failure to implement Section 21AA of the Fisheries Management Act?
Minister's representations is probably best directed to the Minister, but I'm happy to go back and check what representations may have been made.
Okay, thank you. It states in the, and I quote, the 2021-22 Closing the Gap Implementation Plan, Priority Reform 3, Transforming Government Organisation, that embedding Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander culture and knowledge in schools learning is New South Wales should be a priority. Given that cultural fishing is much about the catch as it is about understanding our rivers, estuaries and oceans, what representations has the Minister made or your department made to the Education Department regarding the importance of cultural fishing being included in the school curriculum and as recommended in the Closing the Gap Implementation Plan?
So, Will, over to you.
Look, I'm happy to take that on notice. When we talk about cultural fishing, it's the element of a big, part of the bigger cultural enterprise, I guess, in terms of Aboriginal cultural knowledge. So we would need to take that on notice specifically for any schools that have been teaching that.
Is there any particular reason why it's taken the government, and maybe this is a question for the Minister or through to the Minister, why it's taken so long for a proper recognition of cultural fishing for Aboriginal and Indigenous people to actually occur?
Question.
Yeah, not one we can readily answer.
Yeah.
We'll take that on notice.
Happy to take that on notice.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Ms. Havilah, through Mr. Coutts-Trotter to Ms. Havilah. This morning, now, my memory is failing me, I asked about staff departures from the powerhouse, and I think you said 3% departure?
Over the 3 years that I'd been there.
3%,
Yeah.
Okay, good, okay. Because I just want to make sure that my memory serves me well.
Yeah.
Because
I'm very happy to provide the exact figures. Yeah.
Okay, so you said around 3% departure rate. So in response to a question in the Parliament, we asked the number of MAS staff that have left between the period of January 2019 and November 2021, and 41 staff members. And there's the material provided by the question in the chamber. So 41 staff members, that is not a 3% departure rate. Are these FT part-time positions? Is there an explanation behind the figure and the discrepancy between your data and what was received on notice from us?
So So the material that you were given.
If you
is
need
the
to see
same.
it, I can give it to the Secretariat to provide to you.
Yeah, I think that would be helpful. Thank you.
Yeah.
And I'll also seek leave to table that too. Okay. It was in the legislation. It was actually a question to Minister Harwin, which was taken as a written question at the end of question time, and it was provided by your office.
I'm no expert on mathematics, but
Okay.
I think that's a calculation. That's the total over 3 years.
Yes.
And that it's the percentage is per year. So I can very happily take it on notice and give you further detail.
Okay, but the source of my question goes to morale at the Museum of Applied Arts and Sciences, that there is a problem with morale at that institution, and there is a departure at the senior level. Would you dispute that claim?
I think there has been, a lot of. We have an incredible team, staff at the Powerhouse, and they have gone through a lot of change. And the renewal of the museum, there was some uncertainty, but we've moved through that, and everyone is very excited and engaged with the renewal of the Powerhouse. Your reference to the executive team, it's a big project that we're delivering, and it's my job to make sure we have the absolute best and appropriately skilled staff. And as the project changes, I need to make sure that the team has the ability to deliver what the government expects us to deliver. So, of course, there's going to be changes within that team.
With the indulgence, I actually ripped the document in half. There's a second page to it, so I'll table the second page, which is the covering page. Please excuse my scribblings on the front.
May I make a point with respect to morale? One of the things that's quite important to us is staff engagement. That's why every year through the Public Service Commission we conduct the People Matter employee survey. And as part of, and given that the cultural institutions are part of my family, if you like, that I care for, we do look at the results of all the PMES surveys to see what the issues are, what's making people happy at work, and what are the things that we might need to focus on. Certainly Ms Havilar and I've had a look at their PMS results, and I can't remember off the top of my head, but I'm happy to be publicly available, I think, in the general sense, but Lisa might want to pick up.
I can say that staff engagement has increased 6% in the last 12 months, so there has been, with the confirmation of the renewal and the scope of the renewal, there is a much higher level of engagement in the future of the Powerhouse within the staff.
Okay, so what are your observations involving staff morale at the Powerhouse?
My observations are that we have incredibly skilled and engaged staff that are excited about the future of the museum, not only the renewal of Ultimo, but the creation of Castle Hill and the creation of our new flagship in Parramatta. And they're engaged in that project in a whole range of different ways, from the digitisation to the relocation of the collection to the conservation. We've been able to undertake extraordinary levels of conservation on the collection as part of this project. So we have a highly engaged professional team that are really committed to the museum, and I'm very proud to work alongside them.
Now, I don't expect you to have this on hand, but if you do, that would be fantastic. But I will understand if you have to take this on notice. So the period that is part of that question without notice, written question, where the 41 staff departed from January 2019 to November 1st, 2021, can you provide the total remuneration package for the departure of those staff? There would be, I guess, the usual entitlements and things like that occurred at the end. You don't need to break it down individually, but just a global figure. Penny?
Very happy to provide that.
Thank you.
Thank you. What is the current status of ochre?
So I might pass to Bill, if that's okay.
So in terms of OCA at the moment. It is still progressing. So LDM is part of OCA. Local decision making is part of OCA. There are a number of other programs that are part of OCA, which includes connected communities, the Aboriginal language and culture nests, the opportunity hubs, and a few others in that, which I'll get to shortly. So they have gone to the various departments that they are attached to, mostly education from that perspective, and continue through that realm.
So just to be clear, they're devolved to those departments, and
to continue
so what role do you have?
So we ultimately have a monitoring role in terms of how they're going. Obviously, they will then embed into Close the Gap, so that work will then contribute to the outcomes in Close the Gap for those particular realms.
And and this is the funding when the programs were devolved to the other agencies. Is that funding protected and gone with it?
So the agencies that they've gone to, the clusters they've gone to, provide the funding for those programs. Yes.
So they were funded previously out of a separate bucket of money, and is it now? So what I'm asking is, has that money gone across to the departments, or the departments had to pick up the funding for these projects within their existing budgets?
Look, I would take that on notice, but I believe that they were part of their existing budgets already.
Yep. Great, thank you. So OCA exists, but it hasn't reported since June 2018. Are there annual reports that I've missed?
No, that's correct. And currently there are the evaluations in the evaluation that's been done by the Ombudsman's Office, the Deputy Ombudsman, which we're providing a response to around that evaluation.
Sorry, when was that done?
2019. And a number of
So the evaluation did it 2019, and where Aboriginal Affairs is responding to that now in 2022.
Yeah, so I guess as part of that, as part of the evaluation, the response, a number of recommendations come out. So we need to be able to work with our communities around those recommendations, and obviously COVID plays a part in some of that as far as those recommendations. We continue to work with the Deputy Ombudsman's Office around any of those recommendations. What we as Aboriginal Affairs has carriage over is the local decision making as part of one of those particular realms as far as the OCA is concerned. And so what we need to have a look at then too is, given that we now have the national agreement on closing the gap and we have OCA, how do we align both of those and ensure that, that they are working towards the same goals, really?
Because, OCA was supposed to be the design that actually meant that there was one way through in terms of consultation across government. Now it seems to have been sidelined for closing the gap. Is that a fair... so you've done an evaluation which was done in 2019. You're responding to that in 2022, but events have kind of overtaken it. Is that a fair... Is that a fair analysis of what's happening?
I wouldn't say that it's overtaken it. I think they're working alongside each other. So obviously...
Well, aren't they duplicating?
Not necessarily, no. In terms of things like connected communities moves into obviously education. So education take that up. So that continues as part of Close the Gap. In terms of something like opportunity hubs, it does the same thing, continues as part of meeting the targets for Close the Gap as well. In terms of local decision making, the alliances have a number of agreements in place already with various government partners and a place-based mechanism. So those will also lend itself into what will be Close the Gap outcomes as well. So it's all working towards the same thing.
Are they being monitored? So all of that is being monitored together to the same senior officers group across government?
I'm going to do it.
That we were talking about in terms of closing the gap?
I get what you're trying to say, yes. So that will form part of what will be monitored as far as Close the Gap. That will move into that space, yes. So that's the partnership working group level when we talk about the seniors officers level group. And within Close the Gap, there are a number of mechanisms that will look at how those programs continue to work.
And so... and just to go back to this evaluation issue, so the evaluation was done in 2019. You're responding to it now. What does that response look like? And frankly, why has it taken so long to respond to?
Look, I think, to be honest, certainly...
I'm not blaming you, I'm just asking the question.
Look, COVID does play a role in that. So, like I said before, in terms of the recommendations that flow out of that, it's important for us to work with community on those recommendations to understand where things are at. So COVID has played a major role in terms of that delay in that report. What we need to understand across those elements is, with those recommendations, what has been met, what maybe hasn't, and what can continue to be improved. But that work would also be moving into the Close the Gap national agreement realm.
And sorry, this is, I should know the answer to this, but I don't. So the Ochre evaluation 2019, is that a public document?
Yes.
And the response to that?
Yes.
I think I tabled
We did table it.
Yeah, no, I wasn't sure. I was just checking. Okay. All right. And so what happens after you've responded to the 2019 evaluation?
Look, and that's currently, I'll take that on notice. It's work that we're doing at the moment to understand how two different policy realms, or not two different ones, or two policy realms for where we're working with Aboriginal communities can actually come together in alignment ultimately.
I mean, I'm sure that you are far more familiar with this than I am, given the amount of time you spend out in communities. But the greatest frustration I get when I meet with Aboriginal people, doesn't matter where they are across New South Wales, is the amount of time they're expected to be involved in consultation, the number of times that they're expected to be in consultation, the various different agencies that they're required to be in consultation with over every single thing that the government's doing. I had thought that Ochre was supposed to address this. And Closing the Gap clearly is a slightly different process because it's about trying to meet targets and maybe it's a question for the Minister, but I'm concerned about this over-consultation, and that is, as I said, the biggest issue that is raised with me about how government interacts with that. I'm concerned that Ochre seems to have stopped. I mean, is there going to be another Ochre plan? How is this going to be resolved?
Yeah, look, again, I'll take that on notice because it is work that we're currently doing, ultimately, to have a look at that alignment so that we've not got a heap of different things happening at any one time, particularly for community. Ultimately, place-based is very much what we're looking towards, and some of that has been local decision-making. In other places, that's been other mechanisms. So it's entirely up to communities how they want to organise themselves, but every single person in community is an authority in terms of their own voice. So how communities might organise themselves, some of that has been through local decision-making alliances, some of it has been through things like land councils, some of it has been through a range of other elements, and that's up to community to be able to do that. And look, I absolutely appreciate what you're saying in terms of consultation. That is a big part of that. So Ochre was working towards how can that be best where community works with government, and how can that best align. I can't say it's perfect, and in various places it works incredibly well. In other places, there's room for improvement, absolutely.
Okay. Oh, we can keep going. Okay. Ms. Foy, I thought it was our time. Okay. Here you go.
Ms. Foy, in the last, at the very end, I asked a question about how the powerhouse, and you talked about how it appeared against other cultural institutions. How does it appear in staff morale when you compare? I think it's called People Matters and
the People Matters.
So, how does it compare to other cultural institutions involving morale?
I'd have to look at the data, but from my impression was there's a reasonable level of consistency. There are obviously some that perform. The level of staff engagement is very high. The Create Infrastructure team have very high engagement scores. There was nothing from memory that concerned me, but I do want to make a point about the structure of the organisation and the questions you're asking about retention and people leaving. The Powerhouse program is a massive program. We have Ultimo and the work that's happening around Ultimo. We have the investment in Parramatta and the work that's happening there. It's going through everything from a concept to a design to a procurement to a delivery, as well as operating an existing museum and planning for the operation of not just the Powerhouse at Parramatta, but also the way Castle Hill will operate. in any of those large programs, and drawing on my experience, whether it was in transport at Opal or whether it's at a telco authority or whether it's in Premier and Cabinet, when you have large programs, you have to make sure your organisation is arranged and structured in a way to deliver, if I may, to deliver on the priorities at the time. I have worked with Ms Havilah around the organisation arrangements of her leadership team and the way the organisation then is pulled together so that it can meet the priorities and the demands of those different projects at the time, as well as continuing to operate both, Ultimo, the observatory, and planning for the operation of Castle Hill and Parramatta. So it's not a binary about, people in, people out. It is actually about how you organise your team and then attract the best talent to do it. I know that there's been questions raised about staff morale. I'm happy to look at those issues more carefully with Ms Havilah and with the Trust and with other relevant people. I'm very happy to do that, but if there's something specific, I'm very happy to answer it.
Well, on that, have you, in fact, as a senior official in Premier's Department, raised with Ms Havilah the turnover of staff, not just at the junior level, but at the director level? And I won't name the names of the individuals because I don't think that's fair to them. But the positions are the Director of Design and Delivery left, the Director of the Parramatta Project left, the CFO left, the Director of Collections, Curatorial and Exhibitions left, the Director of Engagement left, and 2 executive assistants to Ms Havilah have left.
So Ms Havilah and I meet, I think, around on a monthly or bi-monthly basis. We meet quite regularly, just the two of us, really to talk and support as a peer relationship, if you like, around her management and leadership and how, bounce ideas around. We talk a lot about those issues. Some of those positions we may have discussed in specific, some of them not. Like I wouldn't dive into
I'm not asking you to
other
dive
offices,
into the
but yes, we have had discussions around staff arrangements as a mechanism to support Ms Havilah in her decision making, not to make decisions on her part.
So you think maybe I'm being unfair here? It might not actually be. Might not be Ms Havilah's leadership, but it could be the direction of the project or the government, or it could be a myriad of other things.
No, I think
it might be as simple as the fact that
you're not the minister. You're not the minister.
It is.
You got a lot to answer for.
It is a large organisation. It has to change and alter with what the demands and the priorities are of both the program and the operations. We talk because that's what leaders in government do in the public sector. We talk with each other. We seek advice and guidance. We provide support where possible. I would not be the only person that Ms Havilah seeks support from, and nor is Ms Havilah the only person I seek support from. She is a very valued part of our executive team in the Department of Premier and Cabinet, and now moving over to the new department. We do talk about those structures. We do talk about how she might address issues more broadly in the organisation, as well as leveraging the strengths of the organisation. From time to time, I'll come and present to staff on the various things that are happening across arts and culture in New South Wales, or people matter issues or diversity issues and things like that. But we have a very strong and close working relationship. I'm certainly here to provide advice, support and guidance where possible.
Thanks, Ms Foy. Ms Pittman, when were you appointed head of Create New South Wales?
17 days ago.
17 days ago.
Welcome.
Welcome. So you have not, were you in an acting position prior to that?
I was the head of Create Infrastructure prior to that.
Did you, in fact, see a departure of senior officials in Create or Create Infrastructure under your time?
There has been, there inevitably is turnover in all levels of the organisation, as you would expect in frankly, a hot job market and a growing team and plenty of opportunities outside of government. So yes, I mean, there has been turnover in my leadership team. Absolutely.
Well, what is Ms. Havilah said there was a 3% turnover at the Powerhouse. So what was the turnover of your workforce, and how many people are FTEs in Create?
I don't have, the short answer is I don't have all that information in front of me, and I don't want to give you the wrong information.
Yeah.
So I'm happy to take that on notice. But there have been a number of staff at many levels of the organisation that have turned over the sort of 2.5 years that I was in that role.
And how does your position, now that you're head of Create New South Wales versus Create New South Wales infrastructure, how does that interface with the Powerhouse Museum Parramatta project?
We worked very collaboratively with the Powerhouse. So in my previous role, we provide project management support for the various Powerhouse projects. We work very closely on a day-to-day basis together. As in my new role as interim chief executive of Create New South Wales, that relationship will continue. I'm still responsible for all of the cultural infrastructure projects, as well as more broadly across the arts and culture and screen parts of our organisation. So I enjoy a very collaborative relationship with all of the cultural institutions and the various parties that we support.
Now, Create New South Wales infrastructure. So what are the projects that you have sight over at the moment?
So we provide support across the entire cultural infrastructure portfolio, and that includes in the projects that are currently in construction, the various Powerhouse program projects, as we discussed. We just finished Walsh Bay Arts Precinct, which we're very proud of, and we are working with the gallery on Sydney Modern. We recently finished the Theatre Royal project. We're also doing some work on master planning for the National Arts School. I can keep going, but there's quite a few. Yeah.
So how much of your activity, Powerhouse, is it the lion's share of your work?
No, no. The Powerhouse is by far the largest program of work that we're working on, and certainly the scale of that program is impressive. But overall, the portfolio of projects in the infrastructure pipeline are also significant. Yeah. So it wouldn't be the lion's share of the pipeline that we have.
No, and you've run through the Powerhouse, Walsh Bay, Sydney Modern, Theatre Royal, National Arts School. So is it
all the regional cultural fund?
Well,
all of the regional cultural fund projects.
There are about 100 of those.
Thank you, Don. I was going to go to that.
And creative
15
capital.
minutes at the end, Don.
Sorry, I couldn't hear your answer, Miss.
I'm sorry. I shouldn't have interrupted.
No, he was talking.
No, I interrupted.
You can interrupt him all you want.
You can interrupt. Go for your life.
Creative Capital Program, which is a $60 million program for grant provision of grants across New South Wales. Regional Cultural Fund, 146 projects across regional New South Wales. A large program of works, of maintenance and upgrades works to various cultural facilities. There are, I'm happy to keep going.
No, that's fine. Now, you mentioned when I asked about the duties that you undertake at Create New South Wales, and you mentioned Screen New South Wales. So what is the state of, I guess, international filmmaking in New South Wales? Prior to COVID, the government sold New South Wales as a safe destination to make films. Then we had the handling of the COVID, where all international production stopped. Have American and other international companies
90 films going through.
But then your government's handling of the crisis.
Can we direct Don to the witnesses?
Oh, look, he's just asking
I want to have a cup of tea.
He's got nothing to ask of any significance. I'm just trying to help him out fill the time. Honestly,
I want to know what's the state of production film, international filmmaking in New South Wales.
Sure. New South Wales is a leading state for screen production in Australia, with over 1,500 screen production businesses employing 9,600 people and generating an annual income of more than $1.6 billion.
Ms. Pittman,
Sorry?
thank you for the overview, but I want to know, what is the state of filmmaking in New South Wales in the Omicron COVID situation? Has it ground to a halt internationally?
No, not at all. Not at all.
Fantastic.
We have enjoyed a very healthy screen sector throughout the pandemic and before and continuing, and we have been seen as a safe place to bring productions and progress filming and progress post-development as well. So it's a very healthy screen sector that we continue to feed and continue to support.
I just wanted to. Sorry, I'm just coming back to this. So Ochre responding to the evaluation. Again, where is the strategic plan for Aboriginal affairs up to? Is all of this? Is there a new one coming? Is that?
Yes, currently in the context of Ochre and then Close the Gap in terms of the national agreement, yes, we're working towards the new strategy for Aboriginal affairs.
And what's the sort of ballpark time frame on that?
Look, I'd have to come back to you on that and take that on notice.
1 month, 6 months, end of the year?
I think there's probably a couple of things to consider. So,
I mean, there hasn't been one since 2019. Like, I don't think it's an unreasonable question.
Yeah, it will be certainly this year, because we want to match it up a little. Sorry, I'm probably speaking out of turn now that I'm moving out of the building. But you've got the strategic work, whether it's Ochre and Closing the Gap. There is a lot of work that Aboriginal Affairs has done over the past couple of years, particularly in supporting local communities in crisis and events, and it's a very important and legitimate role they play in working with the community. That needs to be reflected in those kind of regional relationships and the emergency management relationships. They have some really important policy work that's being done and driving those 5 priorities as well as an integrated part of its business. So I'm sure it will be out as soon as they can get that done, but certainly they're the things that they need to consider.
I would think in line with the new financial year at the very least.
Thank you. That's helpful. Thank you. If you'll know what your budget is by then, so that would be good. Yeah. Okay, so Ochre evaluation, Close the Gap. We've got Treasury doing the Indigenous expenditure report. Is there anything else?
Well, just to further complicate, there was actually self-initiated, or rather community-initiated and co-designed evaluation of Ochre, an interim report and then a final evaluation report. Then there was the Deputy Ombo. So there's two significant rounds of evaluation of Ochre. I mean, you make the point that often members of Aboriginal communities say that they are too consulted. You often hear quite the reverse, which is inadequately consulted. And
well, I think it's really, yes, you do hear both of those things, but I think that a lot of it is that they feel that there's a lot of consultation with no outcome.
Yeah, no, that's...
So I think that translates into not consulted, because it's not considered what changes as a result of the conversation, I think is the... So I accept that, but I think we're actually talking about the same thing.
But in its essence, it's seemingly as an outsider looking back on it, Ochre was about trying and generate means by which Aboriginal communities and community leadership were legitimate and genuine partners in the delivery of social and economic opportunity in their communities with government. And that is very much at the heart of the Closing the Gap approach and reform. So while, when we sort of describe this, it sounds like a very, very complex landscape, and in many ways it is, but at the heart of it is just seeking an expectation from Aboriginal community leadership that government change itself in a way that we can work in partnership and support the aspirations of Aboriginal communities, whether it's through closing the gap or the local alliances. And as a non-Indigenous person, of course, we work with whoever emerges from community wanting to work with us. And it's kind of impossible not to. Yeah.
Yes, I don't want you to see my questions as being particularly harsh about it. I understand it's a very complex environment, but look,
yes.
I mean, I think government generally actually does not do well with co-design with any communities, let alone Aboriginal communities, and I want us to do better. I just think it's a very complicated, hence the questions, it's a very complicated environment. So just to, okay, so we've got that. Then you've got they've got the Treasury doing
the Indigenous Expenditure Report.
Yes.
Yep.
And they're developing methodologies with which ochre, closing the gap and others will be evaluated against. Is that what's happening?
You go.
I might give it to Tim to talk to in terms of close the gap, that is.
No, thank you. Look, Treasury is responding to Clause 113 of the National Agreement, which is committing all jurisdictions to undertake a review of Aboriginal-specific expenditure within their jurisdictions. In November, I believe last year, Treasury released the interim Indigenous Expenditure Report. It raised a number of issues to do with centralised evaluation figures and the like. All of that's being worked through at the moment in terms of what we include in our next implementation plan for closing the gap around how we create a centralised view of evaluation data on Aboriginal programs across government.
And that'll be trying to pick up the fact that there's a lot that just the data isn't there and that the evaluation hasn't been done. I mean, one of the criticisms is, of course, depending on who does the evaluation, and sorry, I've just got a quote here, which was, I think, from the PCAB, one of the peak session with the peak Aboriginal bodies that talks about there's no community voice in the evaluation process. So the service delivery items go, yep, this was all terrific and we did all of these inputs. But if you actually ask community on the ground, they might have quite a different view. How is that going to be picked up?
Well, absolutely, and that's what the National Agreement actually talks to around embedding Aboriginal voice within evaluation approaches and having that level of independence.
How in practice do you see that happening? Again, sometimes these things are easy to say, less easy to deliver.
I think it's probably a conversation that we need to continue to have as part of our Closing the Gap governance groups, including the New South Wales Joint Council and the Partnership Working Group. It's really about involving Aboriginal voices within when evaluation programs are contracted across government and ensuring that service users are involved in evaluation approaches in programs that are delivered for them.
I think that's right, thank you. I wanted to ask about going back, well, it's really, I suppose, well, it's an emergency management issue. One of the issues that was raised during the bushfires, which now seems a long time ago, but really wasn't, was some of the issues that Aboriginal communities and individuals faced within some of the recovery centres in terms of culturally inappropriate practice, just frankly blatant racism. With all of the people in evacuation zones, obviously on the North Coast particularly, I mean, has there been specific work around working with Aboriginal people in these circumstances, given the issues that were raised during the bushfires?
Yeah, look, and this continues to be approached through COVID and now through floods. So a lot of the work has been through local emergency management committees that are there. We make sure that there is Aboriginal voice certainly on those. We're ensuring that we have the mechanisms that I talked about before in terms of what we were calling the COVID response group, but now has become the response group for just about every emergency there is.
Yeah.
And I can say that we are, particularly Aboriginal Affairs, are on most high-level committees now, particularly the State Emergency Recovery Committee and so on. at this point. So we've made sure that those voices are embedded very much into those. So things from the bushfires, for example, where Department of Customer Services and Service New South Wales, some things were happening there. So then we worked closely with Service New South Wales to understand how those voices needed to be looked at or needed to be heard, and what then their initiatives needed to be put in place with that. So I can say that with us now being part of the Centre of Government in DPC, where previously we've had a solution brokerage role, being in the Centre of Government means that we're able to certainly pull together government very, very, very quickly that's needed, and we certainly do influence right across government in terms of hearing the voices for Aboriginal people, but not only hearing the voices, putting in initiatives that then make sure that things are put into place.
Thanks. And so just to quickly come back to the solution brokerage issue. So there was funding that was allocated to that, and you've taken on notice how much that was. Does that mean that that program has now finished, so that there's no longer funding for solution brokerage?
No, so we don't probably find the need to have a specific solution brokerage role in that way, because we are now part of the Centre of Government. So we're easily able to enact that in the same way that you would if you put the solution brokerage into play, and be able to bring government and communities together fairly quickly on any issue. And I think we've proven that certainly through COVID, bushfires and now floods as part of that.
So there's not separate funding for it, you basically... No,
it's part of our role.
Okay. Thank you, Ex-Minister.
I'm trying really hard.
Former Minister, thank you. I mean, you can go and sit over there if you want to, but I don't think you're allowed to. Okay, I've just got a couple more questions in terms of regional...
Oh, no,
you go.
I'll ask a couple of quick questions. I remember several years ago there was a lot of consternation and anger in the community under the previous minister about the lack of funding for a gaming industry. And I remember, I think there was they actually burnt
Fixed it. Sorry.
I think they burnt it.
Yeah. Let's direct the questions that way.
I think they burnt an effigy of you in the street.
Oh. Have you got a photo? I'd love to see it.
Oh, I'll get one.
But we fixed it.
It's fixed.
Anyways, so
the Howard poker machine.
Ms. Pittman, in fact, is there still the same level of consternation and anger in the gaming industry?
No, there's a right and a wrong answer here.
With the replacement of the minister that it's subsided.
I'm very sorry to say that at day 17, I don't know that I'm prepared to answer this question.
Lord, I'm very happy
the wrong person.
I am very happy to say that there is that consternation no longer exists because the previous minister fixed it.
I'm a fixer.
I know. So what is
it's the PDV rebate. So that for post-digital video production rebate at 10%. I'm happy to give you the figures around that, but that included gaming. That now includes gaming, as well as incorporating obviously screen. Very welcome, and no, we're delighted with that policy decision to be able to bring the gaming industry and increase the gaming industry in New South Wales.
I understand that it's growing so much that they're actually looking at forming their own guild.
I beg your pardon?
I said it's an industry, I understand, that's growing quite rapidly.
Yes.
And the designers have actually set up themselves as a guild, and it's quite a burgeoning industry.
Yes. So I can say I'm happy to give figures given this is budget estimates.
Yes.
In 2021-22, the rebate has already supported this is in total, 1,160 jobs, that's 1160 jobs, and close to 160 million in New South Wales expenditure. And in 2021-22, that's not PDV, that's something else, but that's the post-digital video production, and we have gaming in there, and I'm happy to come back with any breakdown on gaming.
Thank you. I just wanted to poke Don.
Thanks. I wanted to ask a question specifically. There was an issue of the Aboriginal Community Benefit Fund in UPLA, the UPLA group. UPLA, YOUPLA, and it basically was a funeral fund. You may have to take it on notice if anyone could let me know what the current status of it is. My understanding is that basically people had paid up to $10,000.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, you're nodding.
Yeah, we're aware of it, but we would absolutely take it on notice to provide you with more information.
Yes. So, yes, they were Queensland-based, but basically signed up a bunch of New South Wales people. I mean, are you able to tell me anything in terms of what's happened as a result of A, this coming to your attention, and B, what needs to happen
So it's more recently come to our attention, so we're certainly looking into that now. We'll be able to provide that on notice.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to go back to the regional youth programs. Thanks. And so I just wanted to confirm. Thank you. Sorry, just to go through this. So there's $10.3 million. 1.5 is for the small grants, of which 7 we established this morning that 7 are about to be, have been signed off by the department and will be announced in due course. And then there's 3.6, which is for the flooding affected communities. Is that right? So does that mean that there's 5.2 million is the bucket for the rest of the sort of regional youth funds? Is that correct?
Correct.
And just to be clear, in terms of the minister's sign-off, he doesn't have. You've got delegation for anything under $10,000, but anything over that, the minister needs to sign off on. Is that correct?
We'll clarify because the sign-off differs.
Can I get you to pull the microphone up?
Yes, there's been a lot of discussion at the Public Accountability Committee about what sign-off means. So happy
I've spent
for you
a lot of time there.
Yes.
So
please tell me.
So in this particular program, there are 3 streams, and Julia will be able to elaborate. Essentially, a small grant stream for projects less than $10,000. Yep. There is a stream that is for flood and storm impacted grants, which is from $10,000 to $50,000. Yep. And then there is one specifically for regional grants, $10,000 to $50,000. As I've indicated, the sign-offs differ per stream. So for the 2 larger streams, there is an evaluation panel that includes representatives from regional New South Wales. I understand for storm and floods, it'll be...
So are they sort of departmental people, or are they...
Departmental people, yep. So Office of Regional Youth will lead that, but it will bring in the expertise sort of relevant to the stream of grants that are being considered. So I think it's health as well is represented there, and Resilience New South Wales for the storm and flood impacted grants component. That panel makes a recommendation to the minister, and the minister signs off on those larger grants. For the smaller grants, as Ms Ryan indicated this morning, they are within the departmental delegation, and so they're signed off, I believe, actually by, it's either the Deputy Director or the Director, but Ms
Yeah, I think it's the Deputy on the stuff that I read. Yep. Yep, okay. And look, the reason why that is, that's not really a policy choice, that's just about the delegation that the minister's given you in terms of sign-off of dollars. Is that, so there's not been necessarily a policy decision, that's just the sort of, they're the delegations that you work with?
Yeah, so we have departmental delegations, and as we design every program, we look to see what's the most appropriate, especially in instances like this where those smaller grants, we want to make sure that the money is moving as quickly as we can. It's fair to say if we had done this as one entire round for the entire state, we wouldn't be signing off and having projects starting to be sort of contracted and delivered within a month, which is basically where we are.
Yeah, no, I understand the design of what you've done, which is basically it's monthly, and so it's more flexible. Again, no issue from this end around that. That seems to make sense given you've got to be out the door. I am interested in the larger stream, that's the non-flood related stream, which is that in some of the announcements there was talk about sort of mental health support. We know, people have had a difficult time, and we know that there's particular issues in regional New South Wales in relation to the mental health part of it. I mean, is this very much the bucket of money is just sort of what comes in the door, and obviously you assess it against the criteria, but there's not tagged money for mental health support specifically?
No, it's not by theme. And Julia, you might be able to talk in more detail about the type of criteria and projects that we've called out in the program guidelines.
Yep, it's exactly right. I think just in terms of the program design, as Mr Hanger mentioned, we really were keen to, reduce any load on already traumatised communities that have gone through such extreme events. And as this design was created in response to the flood and storm, we were really keen to make it as collaborative as possible and as open as possible for people to self-determine what their recovery looks like. One of the big parts of our assessment is that these projects are collaborative collaborative and that they include the voice of youth. So we're really keen that that's displayed in the design, and that community groups are working with each other rather than competing against each other for the same fund to do similar projects. So there is no delineated amount for particular project types. We really want them to be community-led with the youth design and youth voice in what those projects look like. So we're hoping to get some really interesting and unique projects come through.
And in terms of the ability to, so we've talked a lot about, there's a lot of emergency recovery. There's obviously communities, at the moment they're still in recovery. There's still a crisis really. And, I assume that the capacity for local government, a lot of those organisations, is to actually apply for the grants is basically nil, because, their premises are completely ruined and they don't even have a computer. If they're lucky, if they've got a phone. So is there any, I suppose, more assertive outreach through your network of coordinators to try and assist people with that? And I suppose, so that's the first part of it. The second part of it is, where, in a lot of places, just use Cabbage Tree as an example, Cabbage Tree Island as an example. There's one community, there's a whole range of different things. They're going to be looking for a bunch of money. The money is going to be coming from a range of different places. But is there any way so the fact that these grants exist, at what point does the community become aware of that when they're actually looking at their whole of community planning, trying to deal with these kind of matters? How does that work? And is it possible, or is that just doesn't work with our systems?
We might start with the regional community coordinators, the youth coordinators. They play that critical role in engaging with those key community groups and stakeholders.
How many of them are there?
So there are 7, but
with two more just about to be.
They're about to have 9.
Yep.
Yeah.
So they're based across the state. Their role is to understand the community, in this case particularly the young people and those groups that are most important to young people across regional New South Wales, make them aware of the range of programs, of which this Young People Wellbeing Recovery Initiative is one. And then they work with those community groups, because you're right, the capability and capacity of community groups, particularly those under stress, it is one of those perennial challenges that we face in program design, getting the balance right between speed of funding to those groups and rightly, we've already talked about an audit office review of grants processes. There's been the upper house inquiry and findings around how do you get the balance right to not overburden particularly community groups, but still be able to say to the public of New South Wales that we've got enough information to be able to accurately assess what it is that's being put forward. The other observation you've called out, Indigenous groups. In my regional development team, we have an Aboriginal partnerships team. Their role similarly is to connect in, particularly around economic opportunities for Aboriginal groups. We are looking at a range of the major projects across regional New South Wales where the potential for Aboriginal businesses to contribute, particularly in significant projects, for instance, like the Coffs Harbour bypass, where you may have major Aboriginal businesses that have capabilities, but what we need to do is help them understand the procurement requirements of someone like Transport for New South Wales. So I think in both the youth space and the sort of employment opportunities there, but more generally, that idea of we do need to invest and work alongside community to help them understand those opportunities, absolutely. And we design the way in which our programs are rolled out to make sure that that support is available.
Thank you. And in terms of the design, just to go back to the children and wellbeing recovery grants programs, in terms of working with community, are these, if people get a grant, are they required to do quarterly funding, quarterly reporting?
Again, it will depend on the scale of the grant. So a $10,000 grant, clearly we want to know that what has been sort of requested and funded is delivered. So absolutely they do need to report back. But like all things, you want to scale the reporting requirements proportionate both to the quantum of the funding but also the risk associated with the project. I don't know, Julia, if you wanted to say any more on that.
Yep, I think that's exactly right. It's based on the length of the delivery period as well, because should a project be a one-off event, you obviously don't need quarterly reporting, but if it's something that is going to happen over a year, we want to have that regular check-in. So that's also part of the...
But I mean, these grants, you know, even for $50,000, I mean, it seems quite a lot. This is my last question too. It seems quite a lot. It's even to require a $50,000 grant to report quarterly. I mean, is that just the standard reporting, or I mean, you're sort of saying there's some flexibility. I mean, my reading of the small grants program was that it had to be that people had to report quarterly.
And that may be as simple as a project update on how the project is being delivered. So I oversee programs from, I'm going to say, sub 10,000 is about as small as we would get, because even the time for communities to apply at that scale, they may spend more time than the grant that they're getting.
Correct.
But right up to projects and in the tens of millions or larger. And clearly you need to scale the requirements of the funding agreement to the project that you're talking about. Most of the larger scale projects will be performance based, particularly for community groups though. They do need initiation funding, and so often what we will do is provide payment up front for a component at least of that project.
That's it for me for the moment.
Ms. Sharp?
Yep.
Madam Chair, I just have a few more questions. I just want to end on the to Ms. Havilah. Ms. Havilah, are you familiar with the New South Wales Creative Industries Residency Program at the Powerhouse?
I am, yes.
How does it operate, and how do you determine who gets a residency?
The way that it operates is that we do a public expression of interest. And it also depends on the space that is available at any given time. So we do public EOIs, so we do a call out, and then we put a panel together that includes an external and members of the Powerhouse team, and we have criteria to that assessment process, and then we negotiate and finalise a lease, a licence, a partnership agreement.
Okay, so it's a subsidised or reduced rent, providing space.
That's correct.
Now I understand there's about 21 groups, organisations, or individuals who, in fact, are current Powerhouse New South Wales Creative Industries Residency Program participants. Is that correct?
I can take you through some of them.
Oh, okay, sure. Thank you.
So we have the Australian Graphic Design Association. We have Queer Screen, which is a really great Sydney-based New South Wales organisation. Romance Was Born, who are a renowned fashion design company.
Is that a commercial activity?
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Some of the.
You have the full list of 21 there?
Yes, I do.
Can you read the full list, please?
Yep. Australian Graphic Design Association, Ainsley Murray, Anna Tregolan, Kat Jones, Counter Magazine, Department of Home Affairs, Denali Dabaria, Electronic Music Conference, FBI Radio, Film Collective, Julian Wessels, Kelly Dawley, Mappa, Nell, Queer Screen, Romance Was Born, Rosie Deacon, Jordan Gogos, Studio Kakai, Amanda Williams, and First Nations Fashion and Design.
So in putting it into a market perspective, so what would be the equivalent of rental space that you're providing to these organizations?
How much and how many square metres? It depends.
You would have to, as part of your reporting requirements,
So we did a formal commercial valuation, and then we apply a 50% subsidy.
So what is the value of the space that you're providing?
I would have to take that on notice. I'm very happy to provide it, though.
Okay, so 21 organisations. It's a public expression of interest to be involved in this. And okay, so if you could provide on notice and the 21 companies, how much their I guess the value of their subsidised space.
Yes. Yeah.
Thank you. That was my last one.
Well, unless the government has any questions, if there is no objection, I'm going to give you an early mark.
Marvellous.
Unless there's anything anyone wants to confirm or anything that was taken on notice that you're ready to provide answers to now?
Don, this is your chance.
I've just found another 20 questions.
Come on, clean up, Don.
No. I'll save them for later.
In which case, thank you, everybody, for your attendance today. The Secretary will be in touch with any questions that were taken on notice, and responses will be due in 21 days. Thank you very much. We are now finished.